Hey everybody. Hello. Sorry that I am late. Y'all know I wanted to come on at least at 11, but I had some things to take care of. And I was watching Diddy. I was listening to Diddy, Kid Cudi's testimony, which was absolutely crazy. It was crazy. So good morning. Hey Kaylin. Hey Sherika. Good morning, Brianna. Hey Ronnie. Good morning, Sugar. Hey, Gwen. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Jazz. Good morning. Well, it's afternoon. I'm saying good morning. Hey, Megan. Good afternoon, Destiny. Hey, Brianna. I'm glad you are present here. Hey, Claudia. Hey, Sonia. Hey, Paris. Hey, Chatty. Hey, Phoenix. Hey, Kay. Hey, Shonda. I know it's probably not going to be a lot of us today. This is a rewatch. Hey, Kiara. Hey, Lexi. Hey, Tay. Hey, Tati. Hey, Trey. So, Tennessee, I know that's right. It won't be a lot of us in here. This is really a rewatch. Y'all know I had a graduation on Tuesday, so I missed day 19. I missed Shannon's the rest of his cross, redirect, recross. I called some of it, but not all of it. Hey, Shalon. Oh no, I'm sorry for your loss, Brianna. I'm so sorry to see that. I was telling Erica last week, Brianna, I said, man, like when I'm praying, I'm definitely praying for the millionaires because I feel like so many of you guys have been losing people over the last couple of weeks. So I'm really sorry, but please know that I'm definitely praying for the well-being and mental health for this community because I know firsthand how death can impact you. So I'm sorry to hear that, Brianna. Hey Tam, how are you? Hey Maris, hey everybody. Brianna, I'm so sorry. That really just made me like sad. I'm sorry, friend. Hey Vitra. Um, so yes, guys, this is a rewatch of Shannon's testimony from Tuesday. If you've already seen it, you're more than welcome to stay and watch it with us. If you haven't seen it, because I know some people didn't watch all of it or didn't watch it all, then that's what we're going to do today. Oh, at least, and your grandfather's still alive, girl. I wish my granddaddy was still here, girl. Cherish it. I wish he was still here. But before we start with Shannon, have any of you watched or listened to or read Kid Cudi's testimony from today? She said we've been bored all day. Y'all haven't been keeping up with what's going on in Diddy today? I probably missed the last couple of minutes because I had to shower and everything to get on here. But I think one of the things that's I found now, first of all, let me say this. I see people online saying that Bron Steele did not do a great job at his cross. What did they want Brian to do? Yeah, what? Hey, Kay, what can Brian do for real? One of the things that I think will be Diddy's downfall is the fact that he did not give a damn who was around him. I think that's a problem because when you do things and you don't give a damn who's around, then you leave tons of witnesses. You know, it's not like there's Capricorn and D-Rock, right? And they're going to be sworn to secrecy. Or he only, like, it's not like he abused Cassie and there were no witnesses. So it would be his word against hers. There are pictures. There are tons of people who can add credibility to what Cassie has said. Remember in Cassie's testimony, what was it that Kid Cudi said during his testimony? Damn it. Remember in Cassie's testimony, she was at the meeting at Soho House. And in Cassie's testimony, she says that Kid Cudi asked Diddy, like, what's up with my car? And Diddy was like, what car? Right? Kid Cudi gets on the stand today, who hasn't been in a relationship with this woman in 13 years. He gets on the stand today. He's asked the same thing. Well, what happened at this meeting? Oh, Shit, I asked him about my car. He says, what car? So it's like, at so many points throughout this trial, you're hearing witnesses kind of say the same thing. Think of Cassie's mom talking about that email Cassie testified to on the stand. Hey, everybody that's joining, excuse me, the email where she testified to contacting her mama in Capricorn saying, listen, I'm on this flight. I just left with Diddy. He is going to release 1, possibly 2 sex tapes of me. I'm just trying to let you know that this is going to happen. Hey, Ash. Hey, Mika. Hey, Gabrielle. Hey, Erica. I'm just trying to let you know that this is going to happen, right? What did her mom say? Her mom said, I got an email from my daughter telling me that this man was going to release sex tapes of her. So I think throughout this trial, what we are seeing is the coercion. If you don't come back to me, if you don't do what I say, this is what is going to happen. So I do think, I'm not saying we've proven everything, right? But I think the prosecution is leading up every day. They're adding more and more credibility to their charges. Is this some type of criminal enterprise, though? We've got to see, It's still really early in this case. We have to see. Missy, and I think through his actions, we're seeing that he thought he was untouchable. This man broke in Kid Cudi's home. He broke in his home. And for people saying, what evidence is there? Cudi was on the phone with the man. The man says, I am in your house. I'm in your house. Capricorn Clark, she confirms it. I was forced. I didn't want to be there. He made me get in the car. He made me come to your house. So I think the state, witness by witness, is adding pieces to their to this puzzle with the charges that they have alleged. The charges and crimes they have alleged Diddy has committed. Will it be enough? I'm not on the jury, but I will tell you for Melanie, yes. Aaron, I'm in your house. I'm in your house. Y'all want to read the transcripts from Cudi? Is that what y'all saying? Ash, I know there are, and I hate this as a African American woman. I hate when I see people play but white people get away with it. That's almost like you excusing it. I don't think anyone should do the things that I've heard in this case. And I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Do y'all think there's someone on that stand that has a dog and they're listening? Like, I know the hell you didn't abuse that man's dog. Okay, we'll read Cudi, guys. I'll read Cudi from today. It wasn't long. You gotta be crazy to think there isn't someone on the stand who is a dog owner. Because I said, oh my God, I can't imagine y'all kicking my little 10-pound dog, locking my baby up. Erica, just because I haven't had time. I just haven't had time. I started out doing it, doing the clips of me reading the transcript. And if for people, I'll do Kid Cudi's, I'll put them on there. It's just it's all of the traveling, man, trying to do 2 cases. It's been a lot, child. My little nephew was laughing the other day. He was laughing. He was like, you be busy. Yes, I know people think this content creator journey is easy. I think, and I've heard people say this, I just never thought about it in response to this, in regards to this. But when you work for yourself, you do work 10 times harder. And right now, I really am interested in the Diddy case, really am interested in Karen Reed case. Then you got the Tory Lane stuff popping up, Rod Wave stuff popping up. Girl, the days get hectic around here. He also talked about Mr. Kaplan. That was one of his assistants. He worked with him from 07 to 09. He actually left. He said after the incident with Suge Knight, I'm not going to lie. You put me in a car and it looks like we about to go on a drive-by shooting. Baby, I'm quitting that job the next day too. I'm quitting that job on the next day too. Eric, I am a little dramatic. I am. I'm quitting that. That man said Diddy had him in that back seat. He said they had guns and he was driving. Somebody said, well, why didn't you stop driving? Hell, what do you mean? Why didn't he stop driving? Ash, I saw one last night. T sent it to me. T sent me the one with Miss Jefferson. I want to know who the hell made it. Have y'all seen the one with Miss Jefferson? Have y'all seen the one with... Baby, I got to find it. I've got to find it because my... the hair on the Miss Jefferson one. I said, now why they do my friend like that? Let me see if I can get it real quick before we start reading these transcripts. I'm going to show y'all Miss Jefferson. I said, why they do my friend like that? Baby, that one with Miss Jefferson. Hold up, let me find it. T sent it to me yesterday. T Sherelle. Red, I didn't even see you message me. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. T. Okay, there go T. When I tell y'all I was crying laughing. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody that's joining. Okay, let me get it. I gotta turn it down, y'all. Hold up, because they playing They Not Like Us. But they're playing They Not Like Us. Look at Miss Jefferson. Now you know the hell they wrong for that one. Look at it again. They got all the names. That's the lawyer, you know. I thought that was so cute. Now look what they did to my friend. They really wrong for that. Look at that. Look at Lally. Some of these creators I don't know. I thought Alessi was really cute. But I'm going to go back to my friend again. And I'm going to just say one more time that you did not have to do my girl like that. Hold up. I'm going to put it back at her. They didn't have to do my friend like that. They didn't have to do my friend like that. That looked like some $8.99 Yaki. $8.99 Yaki straight. Do you hear me? Yaki straight. Hey, T. That's what that is. That's what the $8.99 Yaki straight. That's probably a 10-inch. Why they push the hair back? Y'all, I was crying laughing so hard when I seen this. I said, why they push that? Why they $8.99 Yaki straight? I can't even think of what brand it would be. I hadn't bought hair like that, and I know about 20-something years, child. So it sure ain't the purple pack. Empire. Oh, what's the one, y'all? It's yellow. Girl, I hadn't had to buy this hair so long. Mariah wears bundles, so she don't really. The only time we get hair at the beauty supply, she gets a ponytail, little quick weave, like some of the curly hair. What is it called, y'all? Hey, Cass, how are you? Girl, she said they did Tamar Braxton worse. Tasha, you gotta send it to me. Baby, that's that yak. I know you're not getting the full 2 weeks out of that one. The baby look happy, though. The baby looks, hold on, y'all, don't wait. So the baby looks so happy. She looks like she happy to be there. She having a good time. She cannot be held responsible for the hair her mama put in her head. Milky Way. Yes, ma'am. $8.99 pack of Milky Way. That's what that is. My friend would never. She would never do that. So they got some explaining to do. Brianna, a quick weave in the early 2000s, maybe. Now you can go ahead and splurge a little, get a little purple pack. Because if I do a quick weave on Mariah, we'll probably use the purple pack. Get the purple pack. I was mad they gave Missy, baby, as soon as you get to the door, that hair tangled. Let me stop. That was so funny though. T said that to me yesterday because I didn't know what people were talking about when they saw the video. And I saw some of y'all say millionaire male. Thank you. Let's just hope if they were to ever do one, they don't put me a TWA. You know I hate a TWA. My videos today, you can kind of see my hair because my hair is growing. And I'm trying hard not to cut it. I slicked it down today. Baby, I hate to see a TWA. Oh, I hate it on me. I just hate the TWA. Y'all cut my hair, okay? Cut it or give me some. Don't give me some blonde yaki. Don't do that. Don't give me the blonde yaki. So thank y'all. I saw some of y'all in the comments had tagged me in the well, not tagged me. I put my name because I took my tags off. So thank y'all so much for that. Thanks for thinking about me. But yeah, I don't want it. Okay, y'all. So let's go. This is Kid Cudi. All right, here we go. AUSA. We call Scott Muscudi. Kid Cudi takes the witness stand in a leather jacket, white shirt, and blue jeans. Time out. Did any of y'all see him enter court today? Ash, please stop. Did any of y'all see him enter court today? If you didn't, let me show you him leaving court. When he entered court, baby, this is how he got out of his truck, y'all. He got out of his truck like this. Somebody said that boy was hitting that Newport like he was about to go to jail. He did look like the Fonz. Key, that's exactly who I thought of when I saw him. Hold on, let me get to so that y'all can see him leaving court today. Okay, this is him leaving court today. Listen to the man, y'all. If y'all haven't seen my video, listen to this man yelling at him. This man said, "Did you meet Kitty at a Diddy freak off?" First of all, who is Blue Letterman Jacket? Who is Blue Letterman Jacket? Who are you? And who gave you that information? Someone said that he may be being paid by Diddy. And let me tell you, I was on my way to Memphis. I was watching something, and it was probably Law and Crime or something. They were saying that people are being paid to sit outside of the courthouse, $20 an hour to wear free Diddy shirts. He could be working for Diddy. He could be. Hey, Double A. She said, "Hell, I need a SIG too. Talk about a man who blew up my car and the man sitting there staring at me." Aaron, and then think about it. It's been 13 years. It has been 13 years since this happened. You know, he said he was at peace after Diddy said he saw him a few years later. Diddy said, "You know what? I hate things got out of hand." I don't know if he used the words, "I'm sorry" or "my bad," so we'll read it. But he was basically like, you know what? I was at peace after that. I felt like he really was sorry for what happened. He was done. He was done. And then this case pops up. People didn't know this happened until Cassie's lawsuit. And now the case. He probably thought he was done with it all. That cracked. What do you mean, Nadia? Did anyone see the clip of TMZ with the worker, the Punisher, saying he didn't say what the crime was with the freak off? What do you mean by that, Asia? Because to clarify, are you saying that The Punisher is saying he didn't know what the crime was. Is that what you're saying? Hey, fam. Ash, don't let me catch you on one of them TMZ cameras with a free Diddy shirt on. Oh, Ash, I said, don't let me catch you out there. You're saying it's not enough. He didn't see. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. But it's not about what he sees as a crime. The crime is hiring a sex worker. And then that said sex worker being paid to have sex with Cassie and Diddy. So it's not about what he sees. Of course, he don't see it as a crime. It's his job. Hell, he don't think it's a crime. I get that. No, he didn't, Aaron. Aaron, what? Aaron, please stop it. Y'all, it's when I tell you it's probably crazy outside of that courtroom. Okay, y'all, let's start with Cudi. Okay, people that are joining and in the chat, I'm going to be reading, so I'm not really looking at the comments. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring your comments, but I'm going to go ahead and start reading. Okay, that's Mr. Kaplan. Okay. Muscuddy. They asked him, what do you do for work? I'm an actor and musician known as Kid Cudi. Who is this? Cassie. We dated in 2011. Y'all get my voice. Y'all hear my Cudi voice? Okay. Who else was she involved with? Sean Combs. What did you know about their status? That she and Sean had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. Keep that in mind, y'all. Keep that in mind. He thought that they had issues and they had broken up. Keep that in mind. In December of 2011, did law enforcement respond to your home? Yes, I had a break-in. Cassie called me at 5:30 or 6 a.m. She said Sean Combs had found out about us. She asked me to pick her up, so I did. Yeah. Why? She was worried. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear though? My stuff, she said I gotta work on my stuff voice. I just wanted to go a little lower. Just a little lower so you know it's him and not the AUSA. I'm not trying to have a stud voice. Not trying to have the stud voice. Plus, my friend is a stud. She got a regular girl voice. Okay, you can hear, hey, pretty. Okay, what was her demeanor? Very stressed and worried. Where did you go? The Sunset Marquise. Why? I thought it was safe. Off the radar. He also strikes me as calm, too. He strikes me as he seems like he's a calm individual, like he's not really, he doesn't do too much. Okay. Who else did you speak with? Capricorn Clark. She sounded near tears. She's another one who I think is going to have to testify because they keep saying D-Rock's name, Buns' name, and Capricorn's name. She has to testify at this point. She has to. It's so funny. Bia just joined after Brianna said, just look at Brianna comment, Bia. But KK has to testify too. She's another one. But I think KK will have to testify in addition to Capricorn. They're both going to have to testify because I've heard KK's name too. Bia. Okay, here we go. They said, what did she say? He said that Sean Combs in the car near my house. Brian Steele, objection. Judge, overruled. AUSA, you called Sean Combs? I did. He said, I'm over here waiting for you. AUSA, when you arrived, what did the outside look like? Pretty normal. Any security cameras? Yes, but I found out they weren't working. But the security cameras have been moved. Do y'all hear that? That man, he disabled his cameras. Moved them. Couldn't see anything. Did you move them? No. What did you see inside your home? Gifts were open. Some stuff I got from Chanel. And my dog was locked in the bathroom. How did you usually leave your dog? I let him roam. How long had you had your dog? 3 years. What changes were behavior of your dog after the break-in? Jittery, on edge all the time. And I'm going to stop right here. I'm going to stop right here. And I'm going to say that I thought this was kind of sad because, in my opinion, what he's alleging is that they did something to his dog. They did something to his dog. So that's what I think he's saying right there. Okay, so they said, Cudi says, I got back in and called Sean Combs again. I was looking for him. I wanted to fight him, you know? Did he answer? Yeah. He said, I'm on my way. I thought to myself, and then he stopped because Brian still objects. Judge says grounds. Brian still says non-responsive. The judge says overruled. Overruled. Happy birthday to Biggie. What was yesterday? May 21st. Okay, you know what I'm thinking about? His death date. What do you think they did to the dog, Jasmine? I think they probably traumatized that dog. Yes, Vitra kicked him, may have punched him. I don't know what kind of dog it was. Was it like a pit or something? I don't know, but they definitely did something to this dog. They did this. They did something to this dog. At least that's what it sounds like, because prior to them coming in contact with his dog seemed fine, right? After this incident, now his dog is jittery, shaky, scared all the time. So I don't know what they did, but it was enough to change the behavior of his dog after a few hours with the dog. So I don't know. The judge tells them to ask a new question. When you saw Cassie, how did she seem? Depressed. Did you see Cassie in Connecticut? Yes, she needed it. I didn't know what he meant by she needed it. I kind of want him to clarify that. And maybe, I'm sure he just meant she needed, I don't know what he meant. I wish he would have clarified it, just because I felt like she needed it. You're hearing about her sexual behavior. I just wish he would have clarified it personally, because I don't want it to be room for interpretation as to what she needed in that moment. I get that, Bill. She was already gone. I get that. The dog overdosed. Pretty wouldn't have stood a chance with Chloe. Okay? Would not have stood a chance with her. I'm just saying, in my mind, yes, I get that. When I was reading, I was like, I wish you would have clarified that more, just so that you don't leave room for interpretation. She needed me to be there. Something like that. But yeah, anyway. AUSA, did Mr. Combs call you? Yeah, he hit me a few times. And the AUSA does have him clarify this. Hit? He says called me, explaining what he meant by that. AUSA, what did you say? That I didn't want to talk with him. He broke into my house, hurt my dog. Did you and Miss Ventura break up? Yes. What about your car? My dog's babysitter called me and told me my car was on fire. Where were you? At a relative of my ex-girlfriend's. Stopping. Why do y'all think he was at the relative's house? When you hear that testimony, does it make you feel like he was probably laying low, trying to stay out of the way, stay away from his home because of what was going on? Do you guys interpret that to mean that? Yeah, me too, Erin. I think that as well. I think that's what he meant by it. Gary, thank you for thank you for explaining that. Sound like he was hiding to me. Pretty, I interpreted that to mean that he was hiding. I interpreted that way too. Okay, that's what I was thinking as well, guys. So they said, where did you go? He said, to my house, 8925 Hollywood Hills Road. Let me show you 6 pictures. Do you recognize? He says, my Porsche. That's the damage to my Porsche from the cocktail. Is this, let me see how to pronounce this word. Is it Molotov? Hold on, y'all. Let's see what, I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Hold on, let's see what they say. Why I can't hear it? Molotov. Okay. That's the type of cocktail they're saying that was used on his car. Who took these photos? He says Chip, a good friend and collaborator. What's depicted here? Cudi, the hole they cut in the roof of my car to put in the Molotov cocktail. So, what is this saying? Thank y'all in the chat. What is this saying, guys? This was not a coincidence, right? It wasn't something wrong with his Porsche. They cut a hole in the top, in the roof of his Porsche, put the cocktail inside. This was done on purpose. Hey, Ronnie, I don't know if I spoke earlier. This was done on purpose. What was your reaction to your car being set on fire? Cudi said, what the fuck? They objected and it was overruled. Not the judge let them get in. What the fuck? I know that's the right judge. So now they're going to be finishing Kid Cudi's testimony. They're going to be finishing his. Do you think it was accidental or intentional? Cudi, intentional. Where did you last see Miss Ventura? Cudi says, at the Soho house. I'd reached out to Sean Combs and said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand. Now, Brian Steele steps up. And I want you guys to listen to the questions Brian Steele asked. And just kind of like, I don't know what people wanted from Brian Steele. I don't know what they expected him to do. I think he did the absolute best he could do, considering. Okay? Brian Steele, he asked for a sidebar. The judge asks if there's an objection. Brian Steele says yes. The judge sustains the objection and tells them to disregard and move on. Who set up the meeting at Soho House? Listen, D-Rock and my manager. What was Mr. Combs doing? He says standing there like a Marvel supervillain. And they say the courtroom busts out in laughter because that standing there like a Marvel supervillain. Can you just imagine? He already thinking, what? Like, I've done what I had to do and you're not going to do anything about it because you haven't done anything about it. He said, Cudi says, Diddy told him we were homies. You know that is my girl. What did you say? I thought you had broken up. Then Sean Combs offered him water twice. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Cudi was sure to put in his testimony he was offered water twice. And he said it was weird that Diddy was so calm during this exchange. Aaron, that's exactly, and Pretty, that's exactly where I was going. That's exactly where I was going to see if you I was trying to ask the chat if you guys think that Cudi may have felt that water was spiked. I'm not saying it was, but if he thought that something was in that water, Alice, we really just started. We reading Kid Cudi's testimony right now. We haven't even started Karen Reed. So, okay. I just wanted to see if you guys Bye, Erica. I want to see if you guys felt like that too. So Cudi says it was weird. Sean Combs being so calm. What did Cassie say? That we have fallen in love. Things happen. AUSA, what did you say to Mr. Combs? What about my car? He said, I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, I walked away. Did you see Sean Combs later? A few years later, also at Soho House. He said, I'm just sorry for all that bullshit. I was surprised, so I found peace with it. No further questions at this time. Mr. Steele is about to start. Bia, yes. It was enough for me to say, I don't want to take anything from this man. I don't want to take anything from this man. I wouldn't take a damn thing, Jasmine. Do you hear me? Sir, you can have it. Brian Steele, I want to ask you some questions about your Porsche. In 2022, Cudi, 2012. Steele, I apologize. You get a call that damage to your vehicle. Any surveillance photos? Cudi, no. My dog's babysitter did send me pictures of the damage. Somebody tell Gabrielle about that Gatorade in the chat for me. The DNA taken. Listen up. Are you aware it came back being a female? Objection. No foundation. The judge sustains it. Still, do you know there were DNA results? Judge, I'll allow that. Cudi, no. Miss Ventura told you it was over. This is Cudi. We just stopped talking. Still, you told you told this honorable court and this jury that she played you. Cudi, yes. Still, she played you and you had no clue? Cudi, no clue. Combs, Steele. In 2011, you went on a tour. Cudi, yes. 65 locations? Cudi, yeah. At the same time, Sean Combs as an icon, fair to say? Cudi, yes. You and Miss Ventura had a sexual relationship. Objection, they have a sidebar. After the sidebar, Cudi says, Mr. Steele, can I? The judge says, no, you can do that on redirect. Steele says, do you want to tell me something? Cudi, Sean Combs asks about me doing a song with Miss Ventura in 2010. Steele, thank you. Brian Steele, you believe they left your front door unlocked? Cudi, yes. No forced entry? No. Steele, just presence open, door in the bathroom. I'm not belittling, just asking. You called Sean Combs? Yeah. Steele, he was calm? Yes. You went to see him. You didn't think he had a gun? Cudi, I couldn't call it. You are a strong person. That's how you categorize yourself. Yeah, this crossed the line. Miss Ventura told you she was abused? Yes. But she never said she was sexually abused, true? She did not. You loved her? Tell me if I'm wrong. I did. You got played by the same person who played Mr. Combs, Cassie Ventura. There's no lie right there. I think there were some good things in Brian Steele's cross. It wasn't as terrible as people are thinking, but I also think his hands were tied. I think him just kind of pointing out from Diddy's standpoint that she was playing Diddy and Cudi. I feel a way of, I understand what he's doing, but I think in Cassie's defense, I really do think the reason she had a burner phone is because she knew how Diddy would react. I think she was hiding the relationship with Kid Cudi as much as she could, because although Diddy could be open, she knew that he wasn't going to like her being open. especially with someone he introduced her to. You get what I'm saying? So I get why Brian still did that. I also think there are explanations for why she acted the way she did, because look what happened. Yep, and there is no real proof. It's just a lot of circumstantial evidence for this. I mean, I don't even know, Aaron, what you call the stuff that's going on circumstantial? You know, I don't know. I don't know. Aaron's here, so we'll see if Aaron how Aaron feels. She is, Aaron. I think she's a very sympathetic witness. Okay. In the 13 years since, have you ever been notified in California that there has been any more action on this car fire? Cudi, no. Miss Ventura had multiple phones. Cudi says, I don't remember. Still says 3512. I don't know what that means. And sometimes what I've learned is sometimes inner city press is missing things. So, yeah. He says, if I said it, I said it. The DNA evidence is, I think he basically just saying that it was a woman's fingerprints. But outside of the DNA evidence, I think it's all just speculation. All just kind of what people assuming. I don't think there's anything else outside of that. I just think the timing, the timing is just why why he felt like Diddy did it, especially when you also consider the things that he was saying to Cassie. I am going to kill you and Scott. I'm going to hurt him. Things that she said to other people where she mentioned Scott. If you remember when she was on the stand, she spoke from her POV and how Diddy was telling her, I am going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then his car got blown up. And then the conversation she was having with Diddy, I think, is what the jury may also be looking at to, again, reasonably assume that he had someone do it. Okay. Do you know what a burner phone is? He says, Kid Cudi says untraceable. Still, the trespass, you call it, break-in, and Miss Ventura, she told you she'd given your home address to Mr. Combs. Yes, in the morning. No more questions. That is all. That is all Brian still asks Cudi. Very quick. Because honestly, he just has to do what he did. Talk about the female DNA, right? Talks about that. Talks about the fact that Cassie was in love with this man, right? She was having this relationship with him. She never once disclosed any sexual abuse. She told him about the physical abuse, hitting her, kicking her sometimes. She told him those things, but never told him about the freak-offs. And in her defense, at that stage in her life, I think I see it two ways, right? Maybe she was embarrassed and knew he'd probably look at her a certain way. Or her being a victim, she didn't even know at that point she was being victimized. So all about how you see that. All about how you look at that portion of Brian Steele's Cross and kind of what you've already heard and how you feel about it. So the AUSA comes back. This is redirect. When did Miss Ventura confide? What did she confide in about the abuse? Cudi, that he would hit her sometimes, kick her. AUSA, the day of the break-in, was she carefree? Cudi, no. What did Capricorn Clark tell you? Cudi, Sean Combs and an affiliate forced her into a car to come to my house. I called the police. How would you describe Cassie that day? Just really shook. Him finding out about us. Why did your relationship with Miss Ventura end? He said the drama. It was getting out of hand. I wanted to give space. What drama? He said the break-in for my safety, her safety. Still objects. The judge asked for the grounds. He said speculation. The judge overrules that. Give me just a second. The AUSA, why did you have safety concerns? He said, because I knew Sean Combs was violent. Still, says Your Honor, may we approach? Why would she tell him that? Shonda, she probably had no choice. if we're being honest. She probably had no choice. She has been dealing with this man at this point for about 5-6 years. He started beating her after the first year. So let's put all of the sexual abuse to the side. Let's just talk about pure physical abuse, the manipulation, all of the things that he would do to her. It was probably like, if you don't do this, this is what I'm going to do. And she gave it to him. Hey, Lauren. Oh, Lauren, I hope you feel better. We love you too. I know, I promise I understand that. I hope you feel better and glad to see you here. Oh, you mean you're saying why would she? I got you, Shonda, about the essay. Then there's that too, Shonda. There are plenty of people who never disclose their abuse. So I'm not going to hold her. I'm not going to hold her to that. Okay, so they asked about the Soul House meeting again, and they said, Mr. Combs says, I don't know what you're talking about your car. They asked Kid Cudi, did you believe him? Still objects. And the judge tells the AUSA to rephrase. They say, what was your understanding? Kid Cudi says that he was lying. And they close him out right there. They do not opt to recross. So how did you guys feel about, hey, Destin, how do you guys feel? Hey, Destiny, how do you guys feel about Kid Cudi's testimony? I mean, he's basically there to talk about his car being blown up, his run-ins with Diddy, his violent nature, things that he felt he was capable of. I think he sounds like he was pretty good as a witness, right? He was on and off. So, yeah. I don't think Kid Cudi's testimony moved the needle any. I think so, Lexi. Here's the thing. He's there for, I think, the arson aspect. And like Aaron said, is there really anything that's really tying Diddy to it? You just kind of, how do you feel about it? The timing, you thinking about Cassie's testimony. I think he's just there to just really prove what she said. But I don't know if I am any more sure. I'm just going to say I'm going to wait for the rest of the testimony. I'm going to agree with Lexi. I'm going to agree with Lexi there. This didn't move the needle, but when at the end of this case, I bet it's going to be a piece of the pie. I think it's going to be something you can say, oh, but remember this part. Remember this happened. I think once we get to the end of this case, I can't wait till they read the jury instructions and everything they have to look at. We're probably going to have this somewhere on our chart. By itself, like Lexi's saying, but in the grand scheme of things, it'll probably make sense. So I do agree there. Missy, maybe we can look that up real quick. Hold up. Okay, the next they have a makeup artist on there too. Hold on. So you know what I think, Missy? I think there are tons of people who I wish would just say what you said. Damn it, I need to just understand. Hey, K Tally, I need to understand Rico more. I need to really get into what that is. And then kind of, as you're listening to the case, you can, okay, I see how that fits in. All right. Okay, look, Aaron has already answered. I just pulled it up on online to read it. The government intends to show sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, and possession with intent to distribute. There we go. They only need to show 2 predicate acts to prove RICO. Out of these acts, thank you, Aaron, you own it because I just pulled it up to read it. If you are looking at the acts that are on your screen right now, what 2 have you guys already heard? What two have you? What two? And I think and I'm guilty of this too, because during YSL I kept saying Rico, because in my mind I think of like BMF. You're thinking of like these big drug dealers with these really these organizations where there is a hierarchy, right? I did not see that in YSL. However, when I look at this case, there is a hierarchy. So Aaron says, I think they got him pretty good on bribery and obstruction of justice, was paying to get rid of the hotel video. I think so too, Aaron. I was just about to say that. The bribery, the one thing that comes to mind is that hotel video, and that the guy, he definitely said he was offered the money to get rid of the video, right? Forced labor, we'll see. Possibly arson. It's a little iffy. I could see that. So, okay. So, and this is why I love talking to reasonable people. When you're looking at what's on the screen right now, are you guys understanding the RICO aspect of this case? Do not just say it because we're on live. Don't say that. Do you believe it? And Aaron, I am in agreement with you. Forced labor, I hadn't heard that. The trafficking, I think it's I think it's I don't know. I think it's up and down. Like, I see it, but are the jurors going to see it? And still, and even with the sex trafficking, I'm iffy about it. Do I think the government, will they eventually be able to prove it? Probably so. But let me not say this. Let me say I do understand the sex trafficking, but I also understand people who say, I don't think they've shown it, they're gonna prove it. I do think it's like a blurred line. Yeah. I do think that. So I agree there. Lanique says forced labor is probably the chef. She should be testifying. I've heard a lot of people. Now, I don't know if Buns is going to testify. And let me see. I don't know if Buns is going to testify, guys. But let me see something real quick. I'm looking up forced labor. Now, it says the forced labor, it could be force or threats of force. You can use fraud or coercion. I looked at Buns' interview with Vlad. In his interview, I don't really know, because I don't know if I see what he said. In his interview, he said that Diddy did not like paying people overtime. Right? He just didn't like doing that. So there were plenty of times where he would work 16-hour days, 16 to 18 hours. Like, if Diddy went to the studio, they couldn't go to sleep until he was leaving the studio. And that Tracy, whomever was over the HR department, would come to him and say, you put 18 hours on your timesheet. Can you please just put 12? He doesn't want to pay past 12. So I don't know if that will go towards the forced labor, but I do know he testified to that. Erica, if I need to watch that Culture Vulture to help understand this case, I'm gonna have to watch that man. Now, I don't consume that man. But this is the same interview I already told y'all about. This is that same interview. What enterprise was he trying to further? All of the shit that he's doing. That's his enterprise. Fund everything that he was doing, the sex trafficking, because they have to have people who were aware of what he was doing and help him carry out the things that he was doing. So you already have like his, if we believe the sex trafficking, you have his assistants. I had to go before him. I had the bag with the drugs in it. I would also go get drugs. I would set up the room. I would have the baby oil out. I would have these things. So that's the enterprise. He is the enterprise. I like that. He is the enterprise. That's the best way to say it. Aaron says they probably have him on count 3. transportation to engage in prostitution as well. They had a worker up there testifying about payment and cities he worked for Diddy in. Aaron, I think people are missing that. They asked Cassie this. They've asked every worker up there, what cities were you with Diddy in? New York, Miami, LA. They talk, sometimes these people went out of town with them. So they're doing that for a reason. They are doing that for a reason. I did not Purple Paradox. I have not seen that. Well, I don't think the drug trafficking would work. I mean, it was clearly for personal use. I don't know. I don't know if they would work. That's interesting. I think the forced labor is proven by making Cassie do 4-day freak-offs. Shonda, I didn't even think about that. And do you remember at some point she says that became her job? You might be on to something, Shonda. We're going to see. You might be on to something. Baby, y'all, Diddy's never going to leave that cheesecake down for overbuying that damn baby oil. Cassie's mom, her mom testified yesterday or the day before yesterday. And I think she confirmed that she's the one who took the pictures of Cassie's injuries. She also confirmed that Diddy called her and said, I won't release this video if you give me $20,000. She took out a second mortgage on her home to pay him the $20,000. They paid him the $20,000. It was returned within 4 to 5 days. So she went through all of that just for him to send the money back. I have to watch it, Purple Paradox, because I have seen clips of them crying, but I didn't know what they were crying for because I hadn't seen it. Erica is going to say this every time y'all mention that cheesecake. Hold on, let me see. Thank you, Brianna. She said this is from Homeland Security. Forced labor occurs when individuals are compelled against their will to provide work or service through the use of force, fraud, or coercion. So we're gonna have this will be interesting. Okay, y'all. So that was Kid Cudi's testimony today, guys. I do feel like, it just confirmed the things Cassie was saying. I don't think he wanted to testify. Clearly, the cigarette told us everything. He was like, damn it, let me get this over with. But is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? Now, I do hope, it is my hope that the jury, Diddy aside, because he is still a U.S. citizen, no matter how we feel about him, I want the jury to take a look at all of the charges and, as best they can, understand the charges and make the best decision. We know we can never tell what a jury is thinking. They could go in there and acquit him of everything. So I just hope that they're explained. They get a great explanation of what's going on, and that's it. And here, this is interesting. Aaron said forced labor will depend on what the jury sees as labor. I personally see Cassie and Dawn's experience as forced labor. The jury might not. That's why I think it's easier to prove through the shelf. Okay. She said, and KK, anyone who is a formal employee of Combs. So I'm wondering, now this is what I heard. I heard that, not KK, because KK's real name is like Christina or something, but Capricorn Clark. If I'm not mistaken, I saw a post like when it all came out, like Capricorn Clark, he had to pay her damn near $500,000. And she signed an NDA. She has some issues with him as well. No, KK is not Capricorn. Aaron, that's why I keep saying it, to make sure that everybody don't think it. Let me tell you, Capricorn Clark, her name is spelled like Capricorn. Hold up. This is how her name is spelled. That's why I keep trying to make sure I say the distinction, so you know they're not the same person. But KK, hold up. Let me tell you her name. She was his former chief of staff. This is KK. Her name is Christina Karam. This is KK. She is actually named in the indictment. Thank you, Paris. She is actually named in the indictment. So she and Capricorn Clark are two different people, but both women who worked for Diddy. KK, I think at the time of his arrest, she was still working for him. Capricorn Clark hasn't worked for him for a couple of years, 2 to 3 max, somewhere up in there. But yes, they both worked for Diddy. Chatty, I don't know, and I don't want to lie to you, friend. But she's named in 3 separate lawsuits. So working for this man literally ruined her life too. Now they do say that she is among a handful of people he credited during the BET acceptance speech in 2022. Let me see if I see anything else. Oh, y'all listen to this. Think about this case now, right? In 2021, he praised her on his Facebook page and introduced her to his millions of followers as the woman who kept everything in his life and business running. Miss Davis, probably so. Yes. JT, we about to start. We're about to wrap up Diddy. Now that we understand who we talking about, we're about to start it. But did you watch any of it, JT? Because I'm starting. If you watched any of it, then you may be okay to pop in and look at the chat. Because I'm starting it from when he was on the stand. I didn't see any. No, I mean not any. I saw clips. But I don't think anything from the beginning of his testimony. I think I watched the recross and some of the redirect, but none of the rest of it. Brianna, this is what I asked as well. She has seen some things. She has seen some things, and I think, excuse me, I think what we are seeing is this going to change what happens in the industry? I don't know. I don't know if this will change it. Shannon Burgess. I'm just going to rewatch him, Shannon Burgess. Because if you guys remember, Welcher is going to come in from Aperture. He's going to piggyback off of Shannon. And in order for me to understand, I needed to watch the rest of this. Shonda said Lorianne will not be testifying. Hell, we saw him verbally abuse her on national TV. I don't know. That subpoena comes, baby. It's jail or testify. I don't see any of these people going to jail for that man. D-Rock might go. But I don't know, baby. I don't see anyone going to jail for him. I don't know, guys. We're going to see, but I just don't know. And today is Thursday, guys, so I am going to be off here at 8:45 at the latest. That's because Miss J has court of opinion because I started late. You know what? Actually, never mind. My niece will be here soon. Because I started late today, I'm gonna be here, like I said, till 8:45. Hopefully, we'll get through his testimony. We can skip through the sidebars and all of that. With Shannon Burgess. Child. I don't think you're going to hear from Farnsworth.
Correct.
I'd also like to point out that Shannon does have on the same suit because he was not expecting to still be on this stand. I am not sure why Hank did not say you may need to be here for 2 days just in case, knowing the type of defense Karen has. Knowing that, I don't know why he thought that. She didn't show up, Aaron. I just saw Jazz sent me a video, and I'm finna switch to Karen Reed, guys. Sorry, this is my last Diddy thing. Jazz sent me something where she was saying that D-Rock is the only one who tried to help her. So D-Rock, like, there's an ounce of good human in him. Why he just sat around for years on years on years and let this man physically abuse women and he was his cleanup person? Can't answer that. But I will tell you that Bun said, listen, I'm a convicted felon. This is one of the best jobs I was going to have. This is the best job I was going to get. And if I messed Diddy over, I knew my career in this industry would be over. So this is that's my last thing on Diddy. If I see the comments, I won't respond. I'm switching to Shannon now, but I had to get that out. Aaron said something about Gina. I had to get that out. Baby, they can't get in contact with Gina or her. Baby, Diddy done paid that lady. Well, just if you can't get in contact with, just put the Tasha Smith, what's her name? Tasha K. Put the Tasha K interview in there. My sister told me all about it.
On direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide?
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question to see if you guys picked up on this. I did see this part. I'm not going to spoil it, but for people actually listening, y'all know we like to have an interactive chat around these parts. What did he just say that is already off? I was driving like, what? Wait a minute, did I just hear that right? Did you guys catch what Shannon has done already? If you already watched it, don't spoil it. If you watched it, don't spoil it. If you did not watch it, if you need me to rewind, just type rewind. We'll go back. Cheryl just said it. The 30th. I was driving like, what? And the fact that Shannon did not catch on. Okay.
Accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct exam.
Yes.
Missy needed me to rewind. Listen, Missy.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
There
Now,
it was, Missy.
is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolk? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide
Yes.
accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01. Correct.
I'm sorry. Thank you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolk.
He just keeps setting him up. Keeps setting him up. And he is not catching on. No, Kay, I didn't see that.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
Okay. Is your analysis down to, is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all,
Y'all look at Shannon.
and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're
You are wrong.
Are you aware? And if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Listen, he said,
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022,
That's right.
not January 30th, 2022. Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
Y'all, he still is not getting it. And I know that's right, Alessi. Give me some dramatics, okay? Give me some dramatics, okay? Alessi said, you know what? Y'all thought I cut up yesterday? Wait a minute. Let me get into today. Hey, Alex, let me get into... Give me some dramatics. But then I was watching The Lawyer You Know, and he raised a good point. And I will be honest about how I felt about this too. The Lawyer You Know said, is there going to be someone on the jury who says, okay, he got the date wrong? Oh, well, right? We know it was the 29th. It's a typo. It's an error. Or are you going to be someone like me? I even though I feel I don't think he's credible, right? I don't really care that the date is wrong. I don't care that the date is wrong, personally. I don't care. But what I do care about is this expert making yet another mistake. When it came to like my cases that I have had myself, I need my lawyer. Yes, this is my first time, Alex. I need my lawyer. I need my caseworker, my case manager. Baby, you better know my shit like the back of your hand. And for an expert to get up here and not know the damn date of the damn incident, that bothered me more than him having the date wrong. It's the fact he didn't know. See, me, the Lexi, that's how I feel. I was telling people, y'all been kind of y'all been kind of making me feel a way about y'all 17-year jokes to get the degree, okay? Because I am a person, like, I got so many damn credits, it's crazy when it comes to college, right? I do not have a degree. But I have never lied on my resume. If I was in school, I'd put it on there. I've sometimes had 2 years completed on my resume. You know, I've never had to lie about my education. Shannon's problem was never that he didn't have the education. It's the fact that he lied about it. You could do this job without having that damn degree. It's the fact that he chose to do the job and lie about having the degree. Oh, thank you, Victoria, girl. Girl, I just paid for my last 2 classes for this damn associates. Finally know what bachelor's I'm going to stick with. And I will tell you guys, yesterday, I have been feeling so sad, or not sad, but unmotivated and kind of feeling away about still wanting to go to law school, and seeing that Kim Kardashian took years to get through. She went through law school at her own pace. I'm not a big Kim K fan, but I'm a fan of that. I really think that really inspired me. And it was like, Melanie, don't get caught up in how long it's taken or anything. That really inspired me. I just paid for my last 2 classes before I got on live today. So I've got 2 classes this summer, and I'll be done, and I'll be on to my bachelor. So I'm very proud of that. And I wish Shannon would just have been proud of what he's done. You know, he does not seem like he's not. There were some things that I wish he could have done better. And maybe he's a little in over his head in some things. There are some things I wish he could have done better, right? But I will stand on the fact, thank you guys, I will stand on the fact that Shannon, he didn't have to lie. And that's the issue. So now we go to this date thing. The issue for me is not that the date was wrong. It's the fact that he didn't even see that he had the date wrong. Oh, that's so cute, Ashley. Ashley, I was just my aunt's an attorney, so she's gonna be really happy when I'm gonna finish these classes. But I think that's something that I may go into doing some paralegal work, because I really do. These cases always remind me that I really do love learning and interpreting the law, and I do love to debate. I used to kill it in my trial when I was in high school. I do love to debate, so I can't wait to and I already know what type of law I want to do. I don't want to do criminal law. I want to do labor relations. That's the type of law that I'd like to do. Some civil rights law, because I think that's best suited for me and my personality. So yes, happy about that. But but Mr. Shannon here didn't have to lie. He didn't have to do that. So again, the bigger issue for me is the fact that this case is so big. He's been working on this case for a couple of months, and he can't even recognize that he made a damn mistake. Oh, I like the name of that. I like the name of that. Victoria said, Mel, I went back after 4 kids and a divorce, period. Finished 4 degrees back to back. Now, Victoria, who needs goddamn Kim K when I got you in my life telling me that? Started my PhD 7 years ago and haven't finished yet. It's okay. You can do it. My mom, when she died, she was finishing a PhD. She's very big on education. I think that's why it's so important to me. But thank you for that, friend. Thank you. Wait a minute, Purple Paradise. She said just goes to show. No, that's film. Just goes to show what a bum Hank is. Okay, guys. I just had to point that out.
That's January 29th, correct?
It's January 29th, 2022.
He's still lost.
And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th.
Oh my God.
If I misspoke and said the 29th.
And see, this pissed me off because he's like, no, these events occurred on January 30th. Maybe I misspoke and said the 29th. I said, how you gonna correct yourself? How you trying to correct yourself and you're still wrong? This is a problem for me. I don't care about the evidence. It's just like a lot of us feel like they're paid for their information. I felt like this added to that. This added to that you were paid to say whatever your peers saying, because again, you didn't even care enough to go over your information. Did you prep for trial? Doubling down, Paris, you doubling down when you don't even know it to be true. Like, this pissed me off bad.
Yes.
Okay.
Look at him.
You understand my point.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your
Not.
discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
So get that.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights.
Okay, so now that we're done, new topic. I asked this question again. Does that do anything for you, or do you think Alessi could have left it off? I thought, again, I took it personal. Because why don't you know the case? You're here for a timeline. You testified all damn day yesterday. You didn't catch it, and Hank ass didn't catch it either. I said that, Ashley. Even worse, Hank, where is your paralegal? Where's your law clerk? Why didn't they catch it? No one caught it. Child, Ashley, now that's just messy. I agree, Paris.
If we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, Brianna.
Your actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
Child, what is Alessi?
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Miss Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Miss Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
And he has the education issue. No need for him to lie about his. But I think they may ask him about it.
I'm in moment. Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sure.
Did the BBB ID?
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay. Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Okay.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see it?
Okay, hold on.
Ashley, when he said this honorable court, I said, look at Brian Steele. Now the court's honorable. Remember, he stopped saying it when Andrew was up there.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay. Exhibit 189. Thank you.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead,
So I don't know if everyone's picking up on this. So what Alessi is kind of pointing out is the differences, are the differences between his January 30th report and the report that he issued on May 8th. He's kind of pointing out the differences because remember, Hank says there's nothing different. So keep that in mind.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that.
Why didn't he do that?
This is simple.
Okay. Damn it. I'm really annoyed. I don't have a pen. I have to get a pen because sometimes I like to write this stuff down. So remember, guys, we have two events that they are kind of banking on. 1162.1, 1162.2. I think the 1162.1 is a 3-point turn. 1162.2 is supposedly when she backed up. So what Alessi is saying here is that we have this chart and we have this variance. Why did you not use the variance when it came to the 1162 triggers that you are testifying about? So he asks, can he explain? Alessi says no. If they want you to explain it on redirect, you'll explain it then. But the main point is that you didn't apply the variance. And why didn't you do that?
Arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
Well, why did you respond?
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
Please look at it.
you indicated only this.
Yes, he was there.
The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
Correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on the, what would you like to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want
we can
to
call
use
it-
whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 11:62 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely.
Can I say, like, from some of the clips that I've seen, another issue that I have with him is he loves to play semantics when we're talking about words. It was just like, sir, when you get through, it's the same thing, okay? Whether I say H2O or water, you know what I'm talking about. He kept doing that throughout his entire testimony. He just kept doing that. Well, you call it a protocol, I call it a report. I don't want to call it that. I want to say protocol. It's the same damn thing. Essentially, it's all the same. He just kept doing it throughout this testimony. So unless he kept having to change how he said things to him.
Could we publish what is in evidence of was 188?
Okay,
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along.
I just want to say,
Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Ooh.
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question.
Ken,
The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event
Art Lexi.
which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back.
Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm going to stop here and say, he says that the trigger event on her vehicle was at 12:31:43. By 12:32:04, John has opened the phone with Face ID. The phone was open with Face ID. 12:32, the phone is locked. He takes the steps, right? Someone brought up Ryan Nagel. I think it may have been Ashley. Ryan Nagel testified that he had to have been there from about 12:30 to 12:35. Even if we say Ryan was there from 12:28 to maybe 12:33, something like that, right? Maybe he's off a few minutes, but we know for sure by 12:35, at the latest, Ryan was gone. Ryan would have seen this woman hit this man, or at least Big Jew would have seen that man lying on the lawn. Remember, when Ryan left, he did not see anyone in that car. Remember, as Ryan pulled off, he could see Karen, but no one else in the car. It is absolutely reasonable to assume that John got out of the car to go in and check, like Karen said. Karen asked him to go in and check to see if it was cool for her to come over there and everything. It is absolutely believable that that man walked in the house. That's why he wasn't in the car. Why didn't Ryan Nagel see him? Why would Karen have hit this man with her car and then sit there? Just sit there waiting. Ryan Nagel would have seen something. So this timeline that we are being fed just does not work. When you consider Ryan Nagel and the fact that she was connected to John's Wi-Fi by 12:36, So what this man is telling me that within 4 minutes, she was gone from Fairview and at John's house. I don't believe that. I think most people say it takes about 7 minutes or so, 7 to 8 minutes to get from Fairview to John's house with no weather. So for me, y'all, I just hadn't seen anything that makes me believe that the man was hit by a car. This timeline is really crazy. So if I'm to believe that he was incapacitated after the injury to the back of the head, how was his phone unlocked and locked? Ashley, maybe. But that's if we assume that he always put his phone in his back pocket too. That's why she was calling back to back. How am I to believe that this, how does that work, y'all? Ryan would have seen, Ryan, Ricky, Heather, Big Jew, somebody would have seen it if we believe their timeline. If Ryan was there at about 12:30 to 12:35 and this event happened at 12:31, remember, they weren't that far behind Karen. Baby, they should have seen John as he was flying in the air. That's how I interpret this evidence. They should have seen John flying from being hit by that car. If they didn't see it, and remember the good neurosurgeon doctor, the neurosurgeon says that although he would have been incapacitated, he still could have been doing some type of movement. I imagine it to be stuff like this. He could have been moaning. He could have been doing those type of things, right? It's quiet. It is quiet that night. We're preparing for a blizzard. We don't hear anything but the wind. Okay? I've got my bright lights on. My bright lights are shining toward the area of the flagpole. The porch light is on because when people are expecting people, the porch light is on. Right? The porch light is on. No, Ashley, I'm not saying he didn't put in his back pocket. I'm saying that video, unless I see 10 videos, then I won't believe that he always put in his back pocket. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying that video doesn't make me believe it was still in his pocket. That's what I was saying. Like, so imagine that, guys. It's quiet outside. The lights are on there. He's moaning. He's doing something. No way these people wouldn't have heard something. Yes, Ashley. I mean, I've heard people say that though, Ashley. And here's the thing about that, Ashley. If we believe that phone was in the back pocket, how the hell did it get under his body? Also, the neurosurgeon testified yesterday that he fell and hit the back. It's that injury is consistent with a fall back. If he fell back on his head, remember Jen testified they rolled him over onto his back. How did he fall back on his head and then flip his body over? Okay. Hey, Ebony.
And we're going to toggle back, with Your Honor's permission, between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to an enlarged Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12/31/38 to 12/31/43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12/32/09, yes.
Now, if we could go back to...
It says, per report from Ian Whiffing, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 3209, which was 12/32/09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. Again, if we are to believe he was hit at 12:31, as they want us to believe, there is no way he locked that phone when he was incapacitated after the head injury.
To
No way.
the and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffen's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
I would like, does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No. He does not.
Okay, what I'd like.
And I'm gonna just say this. I'm sorry, y'all. It's just so much in Shannon's testimony. And now y'all know I didn't watch this, so it ain't like we on a time schedule. But let me say this about Shannon's ass. Shannon, even if you adjust the clock, if there was anything done to his phone after the 11:62 event, the man was immediately incapacitated. Immediately. So I don't care how we adjust the damn clock. He could not have hit the lock button on his phone after she allegedly hit him. There is no way. Even, did you guys hear the neurosurgeon say that he could not have even set up? Did you hear that? This man could not have even set up if he wanted to. Purple paradox. Let's explain this. So what Shannon is saying is that, and I think the defense witness last year, he touched on these different clocks that Ian Whiffen didn't touch on. So say you have Waze, you have an Apple, and you have your car. What he is saying is there is a variance amongst all of these clocks. And so they have to do math to kind of figure out, to get all of the clocks on one accord. That's what he's saying. So he's saying that the Lexus clock in Karen's car is off by a couple of seconds from John's iPhone. So when he's saying the Lexus variant, he said, no, you can't just use the times that you see, because there's a variance that is sometimes up to 21 seconds. Right? So when he keeps saying, according to the Lexus unadjusted clock, he's saying, hey, that's the time before I go in, do the math, and get the adjustments. Here's the problem, Purple Paradox. He did not have any of these adjustments in his January 30th report. If these clocks were so important, you would have had them adjusted in that report. Instead, after Ian Whiffen testified in the middle of trial, he creates a new report, and then starts using the term unadjusted clock, starts saying we have to adjust the clocks and things of that nature. And so I've seen people make this point too. And I think her car was a 2021. So we can reasonably assume that her clock would have been by satellite. But a lot of people adjust their clocks. Some people do them 10 minutes faster, 5 minutes faster, stuff like that. I don't know. But he is saying that the time on her clock needed to be adjusted to mimic the time in John O'Keefe's phone. So that's what he's talking about.
What I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe
It was auto lock.
that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right.
Ugh.
If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do you
that.
see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
He pushed the button.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
What?
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected?
Okay, let's talk about this so we can understand pocket state. Pocket state mode, pocket mode on an iPhone is a feature designed to prevent accidental screen lighting up when the phone is in your pocket. It uses the proximity sensor to turn off touch gestures and block the screen fingerprint scanner power button. Basically, the phone can detect when it is, for instance, maybe in a purse, in your pocket. It can detect it. So what we know for sure, what do you know for sure when you hear that at 12:33:14, John's phone there was a pocket state for John's phone for 12:33:14. What does that say? Let's go through the timeline again. 12:31:43. That's the triggering event on the Lexus that the Commonwealth wants us to believe is when Karen hit John O'Keefe. Okay? So how they butt dialing while doing one? Exactly. Okay. Here we go. 12:32:04. The phone is opened with Face ID. How can John O'Keefe make a phone call? Open his phone with Face ID if he is incapacitated. The phone is locked 12:32:09 by the user. It's not automatically locked. It is locked by the user. He hit the lock button 26 seconds after that 11:62 triggering event where they're saying she backed up, but no one is saying the word that it was for certain a collision. We don't have that. 12:33, which is where we are right now, is the pocket state. Listen. 12:33, how is his phone put in his pocket? After, remember the neurologist, which was their witness, said that this man could not have made any I forget what did he call them, essential movements? I forget the type of movements he called, but he couldn't even sit up. So if he couldn't sit up, he wasn't concerned about putting that phone in his pocket. And let's also keep it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on, I gotta write this down before I tell y'all. Some of y'all might know what I'm about to say. Y'all been here too long. I know y'all know what I'm about to say. Oh my. I really like to see who's paying attention in this case. Where, if the phone is in pocket state, where can we assume John O'Keefe's phone was during that time? Where can we, leave me alone, Brianna. Where can we assume John O'Keefe's phone was at the time it recorded a pocket state at 12:33? No, Ash, think about it. Pocket state. Pocket state. Ashley said in his back pocket. Okay. Where was John O'Keefe's phone found? Where did Carrie pick his phone up? She said in Carrie's pocket, child. Where did Carrie pick his phone up? Under him, but she described it like up towards the top of his back, right? Not like it should have, if in my opinion, if he flew anywhere, the phone should have been in the yard somewhere, right? It was found under him. I think she described it like upper back area, which is why I always believe they put that phone under him. That's just always been, I said, somebody must have just slid it under him. But then I remembered, even if he was found on his stomach and they did roll him over, I just assumed someone put the phone under his body. They put it under his body. Well, Ash, yeah, but the pocket state for pocket state, remember, they're saying that the phone will detect that it's, I guess the covering, maybe the covering of the camera, the front of it kind of helps the phone identify that it's in a pocket, in a purse, wallet, or something like that. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know if that's exactly how it works. I'm assuming, but maybe that's what it is. But if that phone was in pocket state, how was the phone detected up under him? Miss Cherie, I'm sure. You know what, Miss Cherie, don't let me say I'm sure. If this were a regular investigation, that is something that I would have done. I would have wanted whose fingerprints were on his phone. There would be no reason. You could probably explain it away, but in my opinion, no reason for anyone. His fingerprints, Karen's, okay. You could probably explain it away. Oh, he showed me something on my phone. Yeah, but I doubt they did that. Let me see what you said, Ronnie. Well, you know what sticks out to me too? When his body was found, Jen claims in the trial they had to remove snow from his face. Then why didn't they see any taillight pieces? I agree I could see that. Also, how was there snow on his face if you guys had to roll him over? Like, it doesn't seem like his face would have been covered. Do you have some type of snow residue? Sure. But his face covered in snow? I don't know. He was found on his stomach. Was it in his hoodie pocket? No, it was found up under him. They just said the phone was up under him. And remember, after they got his body, Carrie picked up the phone. Ms. Jones says, I don't believe the rollover. So Ms. Jones, it has always been my opinion that Jen slipped up on that call and said things that she was not supposed to say because she was panicked. You know, regardless of what we believe, Jen is not a murderer, right? She doesn't murder people in her spare time. She doesn't cover up murders in her spare time. He got out of the car. I don't think she was supposed to say that. We rolled him over. I don't think she was supposed to say that. So I think there are things that we can take from everything that happened in the very early hours of this case. Yet, Paris said, as far as we know, I'm corrected. As far as we know. And Aaron, Ashley was saying, I'm glad you say that. Ashley has been saying that on the waterfall video, you can see him put his phone in his back pocket. And so I said, well, I would want to see more for me to just say that's where it was, because it could be habit. But you just verify what Ashley has been saying, that phone was in his back pocket, which why was it found underneath him? And especially if he flew, guys, if we want to believe Karen hit him, you don't think that phone would have fallen out of his pocket being hit at 24 miles an hour? I don't know.
Data. Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you understand? If we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Woke. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Okay, now that we're on sidebar, Ashley, it's not weird to me that she called her sister. I want to get that out there. It's not weird to me. If somebody called me and said, John didn't come home, last thing I remember, we dropped him off at your sister's house, boom, boom. That's not weird. What's weird to me is lying about it. Because why would you lie about something so simple? If you called your sister, you called your sister. There was no reason to lie about it, and that's weird to me. Like, that's weird to me, Ashley. That's the weird part to me. There's no reason to lie about calling your sister and asking if John is there. Is John there? Is he on the couch? No reason to lie about that. The issue with Jen is she lied about it. There's no reason. What are you lying about that for? Her lying made it look so much worse. All of the lies that Jen has done, it makes it appears that you are hiding something. That's the issue. Hey, I'm gonna go.
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It makes sense to me. She lied.
If we could go now.
And I also thought about this. If one of my one day we were in a club and one of my best friends got hit in the head with a bottle. Somebody was throwing a bottle at someone behind her and it hit her in the head with a bottle. Now she's out with me, my family. Immediately, my entire family is baby cutting up now because my friend gets hit in the head with a bottle. All of us, we leave because now we got to get put out the club. All of this. It's 20 of us. All 20 of us leave. We go to my sister's house. We try to make sure my friend's okay. Why am I telling this story? I'm telling this story because she was my friend. She wasn't a friend to everybody in my family, yet everyone wanted to make sure she was protected, make sure she was okay. Now I'm going to go and compare this to what happened with the Alberts. John O'Keefe was found on their front lawn, right? Even if Nicole wasn't friends with John, she didn't love Karen too much, He was an associate, whatever you want to call him, of Brian Higgins. Jen had his damn phone number. Brian Albert, he was also a police officer, a Boston police officer. Brian Albert was a Boston police officer. Not one of their asses got out of their bed and went to that hospital to check on him. Jen could have gone to the hospital with Carrie. They had all been together all that morning. That's suspicious as hell to me. You could have, no, not even his funeral, like, but that morning, baby, wake up. We got to get to the hospital. I'm waking you. We've got to go get your shoes on. We got to go see about him. No, y'all didn't care to go to the hospital? That's weird to me. I mean, even again, I use my friend as an example because that was my friend, right? Nobody was obligated to see about my friend, but my friend is an extension of me. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. Jen, even if Nicole and Brian say, well, I'm going to stay here, I'm going to talk to the police, it's a blizzard. Baby, Fatty Matty got out his bed and came over to the Albert's house. He could have gone to the hospital too. No one bothered to go to that hospital and check. I'm just calling. Why are you calling Carrie when you could have been there personally? She said, go to sleep, Erica. Like, no one did that. Not when they, here it is, Ash. And this is my whole point. They did not go, and them not going because of this right here. It appears that they wanted to get the story together, that this was more important. Us meeting at Uncle Brian, meeting at Uncle Brian's home was more important than getting to the hospital and seeing what's going on. What did she do? She finally went to the house the next day. But who went? Jen. Jen went the next day. And then what else did she do the next day? Or was it the same day? It may have been the 29th. I can't remember if she went to Lank's house the 29th or the 30th. Either way, she didn't go to that hospital, and that did strike me as odd. Not when this man was your friend, that your good friend you loved so much, you're getting to that hospital. She didn't do that. The meeting at Brian Albert's home was more important to her. And that, to me, that doesn't make sense.
Now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You
sure did.
have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Woke, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a tech stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that Yes.
So
with,
the answer is yes?
with the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know
Sorry.
you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just
What the
assume
hell?
that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity.
Sexy.
The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct.
And that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
I'm going to keep that up. And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please.
I'm muted. I would like to add that he started on this case October of 2024. His report was out January 2025. If it was so important that people knew that these clocks were unadjusted, it should have been in this report. So for me, don't act like it's important now. Don't act like the unadjusted clock is so important. You have to say that when you didn't say that initially. What changed? Ian Whiffen, Jessica Hyde, particularly Ian Whiffen, that's what changed. So don't get up on this stand constantly saying that because you didn't put in your report. So to me, it just means nothing. You're just trying to prove your point at this point. Exactly, Ash. Like at this point, you're just trying to prove it.
Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
We can't do that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
don't need
Yes.
something this big.
I'm gonna need to be heard on this as well.
All right.
All right. It's no.
May I-
Hallie, there is no court today at all. I missed day 19 because I was at my niece's graduation. So we're just watching it. We're watching the rest of Cross of Shannon Burgess. And of course, Recross, just watching the rest of his testimony.
Proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Burgess.
Sure.
I'm going to present to you two documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On D exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. Dissecting that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. Dissecting, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, I said Mr. DeSobra, I think it's DeSobra. He is going to be ready for Hank in cross-examination. And I hope Hank knows that. Your witnesses try to make him look like he made mistakes, he made errors. Oh, he is going to be ready.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay. The witness just spoke of DDD. So why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll,
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer Exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter Exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need that. The
That
other,
the one that's in
thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra,
What is this?
who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to what.
Okay, do you guys remember that Alessi was telling him that when he was doing this variance and when he made one of those charts that he did not take the additional step, which was the math for everything. So what Alessi is saying here is I'm showing you a chart where our witness actually took the additional step. And then Shannon says, well, he took the additional step on things that didn't matter, that don't relate to the 1162-2 event. So I guess it's a battle of the experts.
Whether they apply or not, I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat that. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat
please.
and just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to that.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 1162-2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 1162-2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12/32/09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you
What do you
believe
do?
Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe.
Okay, I think this part is confusing me because Shannon is saying the math is right, but is he saying the variance used is wrong? And my thing would be, well, how is yours right and his is wrong? I wish he could have explained this better. Let's see if he does.
Believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 1162.2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. But my question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
For something, I hope Mr. DeSogra helps me understand what they were doing right.
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question. Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
Okay.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he didn't.
Okay, guys. That was good. Do y'all get it now? What they're talking about now, Alessi has said, when you saw his information, did you understand that he is trying to show that there is no 1162 event after he locks his phone? After he locks the phone.
More than try, isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Even after he adjusted the clocks, there is nothing as far as Karen Reed is concerned, because remember that event is at 12:31. Hold on, y'all. It's at 12:31:43. That's the triggering event. He locks his phone at 12:32:09. What he's saying is, are there any events after that? Because how can he lock his phone if he's already been incapacitated by a car hitting him? Mad we had to go through all of that to get there, but that is what he's trying to ask Shannon. All right. Nicola, going back to AJ's opening, there was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand, but that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. Tsoga demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. Dissecting demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. Dissecting, using this math, Mr. Dissecting demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
Shannon's standing on 10 about that.
And this methodology and approach of Mr. Dissecting is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance.
Hold on. Look at Shannon's face.
Simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data?
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 11:62:2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
Damn.
No.
Damn.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Y'all, hey, Prince. Hey, Prince Lover. Y'all know what he's saying. He's saying, listen, it's the reason you didn't take that step because no matter what you did, no matter what variance you use, there would always be an event that happens on John O'Keefe's phone after the 12:31 triggering event. No matter what you do, you have to explain how his phone was unlocked with Face ID. He read a message and then locked that phone after 12:31. Because if you are looking at this case, this was supposed to be the smoking gun. Oh, we went through her black box. And did you guys even get that they couldn't even put that black box in her Lexus? They couldn't even put it back in her car. Okay? No matter what you do, something, I don't know how we got here, Jasmine. I don't know, but no matter what you do, there is always going to be something that happens on his phone after the event. How is that possible when we know from that injury he was incapacitated? They ruined it. Couldn't even put it back. Lexi, I'm sorry, but I do hold that against them. I'm sorry. When they told me that he couldn't put it back, I said, oh, so you're not that good at your job. And I'm not saying that there's someone out there who can do it. But when I listened, right, I think you go pay all this money to someone like him and they're going to reconstruct. I want you to put the black box together. That's what I thought. But that's just me. Okay? Melanie, who knows nothing about a black box. I think it's damning to me.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, reviewing the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we were reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yeah.
And see, this is a problem for me because you guys work for the same company, right? We've got 2 people on the case. Think about yourself when you have someone on your team that you work with, right, Ms. Cherie? You are going to be saying, okay, let me see. First of all, Welcher's report works off of his work. And if I don't want to see what you've concluded after I've given you information, then what kind of forensic examiner am I? Like, he knew what this man was saying. Kay Schmidt, thank you so much for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. Please remember tomorrow, guys, if you do get a membership, please tell Kay Schmidt thank you. I appreciate that, Kay Schmidt. Tomorrow is a members only live. It's with Ms. Jefferson Says. We will be doing a proctor review. It will be starting at 9:00 a.m. So for those of you that work morning shift, you'll have us all day. We'll probably be on from about 9 to 4, 9 to 5, somewhere. I can't remember how long proctor is, but we're doing proctor all day tomorrow. It will be a joint live between myself and Ms. Jefferson, but it is members only. If you are not a member, please don't worry. It will be available within 24 hours. for everyone on both of our pages. So keep that up. Thank you, K. Schmidt. But please tell K. Schmidt thank you in the chat if you receive one of those memberships. I appreciate it. But yes, this bothers me. He knew what this man was saying. He knew what he said. But this is important. Pay attention to this testimony. I did see some clips from this. Pay attention. This is where Shannon is. And I want y'all to decide when we get through. So listen. I want you guys to tell me if Hank knew that this report was coming.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12/31/38 to 12/31/43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those three established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for becoming a new member. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report.
Do you guys believe him? I don't believe him. I do not believe him.
You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in
I
front
do.
of you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you did.
Y'all see what I'm talking? Semantics. Semantics. I did not depart. I'm not walking away from what I said. I'm clarifying what I had in the report. Here's my issue. If you issued that report in January, why did it take all the way until May, when the case has started, for you to clarify things in your report? After Ian Whiffen has testified, after Jessica, I don't know if Jessica had been on the stand, but after Ian Whiffen has testified and they've thrown this timeline up, right? It went up in flames. Why? I mean, you had all of the time to fix it and you chose not to.
Didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January.
Thank you, Amelia. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Y'all, I'm gonna see a whole lot of y'all tomorrow, I guess.
2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
Oh God.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Oh,
Okay.
even the list is like, okay.
So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Thank you, Shonda, for becoming a member. Thank you, girl.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your
Okay, this is what I liked. And I love that the lawyer, says that a good attorney can always, they adjust, right? They adjust to the witness. There's no way you can tell how a witness is going to testify. And I think that Alessi here sees that he's not going to say he changed the report. He's not going to say it's new information, right? But what he did get him to say is that, will you at least say that the wording in your supplemental report is different than the wording in your previous report? And as a juror, you can take from that what you will, right? Me, I'm taking that as different. It's different. I'm just going to take that it is new information. That's just what I'm going to take from it, and that's fine with me.
Your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
Let's read it.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so do you guys hear what they're saying? He's basically saying that he used the 1162.2 event because even after they do these variances and everything, it is the only thing that will happen within the same time frame as, that will, after they do the variance, it would occur after he locks his phone. Are you guys picking up on that? Now, when we go by the timeline that we have, we go by raw numbers, right? No variances, no conversions. That 1162.2 event happens before the phone is locked. But when he goes in and he does this math and he does the variances, he does everything. He adds this 21 to 29 seconds. Then it will occur after he locks that phone. And this is the only way, using that event is the only way he could get something to happen after. I think that is a problem. But I'm not doing the math, so I'm excited to see what Mr. DeSobra says as well.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event? Yes, I can.
That's interesting.
Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 11:62:2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you.
And see, another reason, this is another way he discredited himself. Alessi says the pocket state, hey, hello, awesome. The pocket state, as well as the Apple Health data that has the 36 steps, the 84, I think is it 84 feet, 84, 86 feet. Both of those happened after the 11:62 event. He says neither of those are user, what did he call them? Neither one of those are user interactions. In order for the phone to calculate steps, there has to be a human activity. I mean, if we put it on a dog, it might work, right? But in this case, we know it's John. That is user activity, human activity. We believe it's John. Let me say that. That is human activity. He just admitted that on the stand. So now, even after his variances, he has admitted that even after this, whatever he put that text stream event, wherever he put it, there was still movement of this man's phone. Human activity after the fact, which again blows up their timeline, in my opinion. I don't know how the jury could see that any other way. I'm open to some stuff in the comments. Hey, Miss Sheila, if you guys know how that phone tracked human activity after the variances, after he was incapacitated, let me know. Because in my mind, it's telling me that he was not incapacitated by that time. So, I mean, if I'm open to it now, y'all know, listen, we love a good debate around here. So if you can give me a good reason, I'm gonna go with it.
Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 11:62:2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may
Oh,
have questions for you with regard to that. So
Y'all, why is he always so? Even when they were talking about his resume and how he was lying, he was like, "No, it does not. It does not. You're right about that, buddy. It doesn't." And I'm like, "What is wrong with this man?"
nowhere in your May 8th, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second. Do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay.
Why would
Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case,
Here we go again.
was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Because Alexis said they out here playing. I don't have time. Alexis said they're out here playing and I don't have time. But I think it's kind of crazy to assume he doesn't have a general idea of what Dr. Welcher will be testifying to. He's seen the report. He may not be an accident reconstructionist, but he knows what this man is talking about. Generally speaking, right? No one's asking him to get into specifics, but generally tell us what it's about. He can do that. He can do that. Hey, Renee. He can tell us what he understands in general.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do. Yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report.
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a TechStream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I do say
You
collision.
see use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying TechStream event 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact,
So, Keisha, thank you so much for becoming a member, Keisha Swan. I'm sorry. Keisha, chat, Is this man saying that in a typical report, you would list your references? Where did I get this information from, right? So is this man on this stand telling us that he got his information from the Massachusetts State Police, but it is referenced nowhere in his report? Nowhere. Shannon thinks we're Boo Boo the Fool. And I know Hank told him to say that. Probably not Hank, it was probably Tully. Because what?
This is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
it did.
Your
Maybe.
statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every text stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
It's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Okay, so to make sure everyone is hearing what he's saying, what he is saying is a text stream event does not necessarily mean a collision happened. So we know that most cars and your Apple phone will tell you, can we send this information over to Apple? They'll use this for analytics. It means that something happened, there was a trigger, and this information has been recorded. It does not necessarily mean that there was a collision. In fact, he can't even tell us if the text stream event from 12/31 was a collision. That matters. Period, Ashley. I love that for us over here. Thank you. That matters, guys. And if you are on the jury, I would assume that is something you're paying attention to. So wait. They have him doing all of this testimony when all we really care about is the 1162, the 1162-1 and the 1162-2. And of those two, neither was a collision. Neither one of those was a collision. So what is he here for? And look what you say, Lexi. There was no collision. What is he here for if there was not a collision?
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay, folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Sheriff's close your notebooks and follow.
You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Now, when I asked y'all, and I'm not even gonna blame Lexi, because I told y'all if you're not following Lexi on X, you have to follow her. She gives now, you know, my ex is mainly I'm asking questions or giving my opinion of the testimony. Lexi actually gives a breakdown of what they're talking about. She's it's almost like a court transcript. So if you're not watching trial and you are on X, you want to watch, I think Lexi's amazing to follow. Said all this to say, Lexi, I must have been moving too fast because you did not tell me that not to say you didn't tell me. I did not see. He didn't even examine the raw text string data on this woman's Lexus. What? Why did he review the raw data himself? So you know what's going to happen? Mr. DeSogra is going to come up there and he's reviewed the raw data. And so my question is the raw data going to be like a table where we can say 1162, this is what it was? Like, what will be the difference? You know, is Mr. DeSogra going to get up there and give us more detailed information, which is something that I could appreciate? You didn't even review the raw data? So, and keep in mind, okay, y'all, so listen. Now, this isn't to say that Welcher didn't, but if Welcher used the information from his report has no raw data. So I am assuming right now, without Welcher being on the stand, that your report does not include any information from the raw data of the text string events. Caitlin said, chill, he hasn't taken the class yet, and that's pissing me off. Why would you not review that? You're giving testimony on the text string data. Why would you not review that information? I just think for me, when I'm studying for a test or I'm presenting something, you want to really know the information you're talking about. And if you're going to appear as an expert, baby, that's something you should have been looking into. And then he just be up there so nonchalant. He has to be pissed ashy. It's probably gonna be Welcher. They rest after Welcher. This is a bad case.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Miss Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume
What?
the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Miss Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Man, shut it up. Get him off. Let's wrap him up.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Why did you review it?
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
How do you know that?
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility. Yeah.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost
Get him off
countless
the stand.
events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
Okay. The Commonwealth's expert witness took his ass on this stand, trying to convince the jury, because in his May 8th report, he started using the word collision. Okay? Not once did he evaluate the raw data from this lady's Lexus, the black box, the triggering events. He doesn't have the raw information. The fact that Alessi just sat here and said hitting on the brakes could cause a triggering event, how the hell am I supposed to know that the 1231 triggering event was not her slamming on her brakes mad? Right? How do I know? How do I know Karen Reed wasn't driving? Y'all remember she easing up. Is he gonna bring his ass out the house? Is he? There you go. How do I know she didn't hit her brakes like that? There is no way for him to tell me with certainty that when the 1231 triggering event was not her slamming on the brakes. He was a waste of time. Why would you review the raw data? And what did I say? I said it almost sounds like looking at the raw data would probably give us a better idea of what the triggering events were. We wouldn't have to assume we'd know what they were, i.e., slammed on the brakes too hard. She might have bent the corner too hard. Try not to hit a squirrel, Brianna. She broke hard when she missed the street. He didn't look at the raw data, so now he just up here saying any damn thing. He was a bad witness.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, doesn't it?
Not by itself. No.
Not by
What you
itself.
mean, not
Correct.
myself?
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir.
Baby, this is crazy.
In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will,
Yes.
your
yes.
bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair
I
characterization?
think I said
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
say?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps, part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay.
you did.
So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it
Her
Miss
mistake.
Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
What?
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Girl, Shannon done took it.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir.
Yeah. I haven't heard of
And
here, but you told me.
bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence,
Okay.
and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Listen was so smooth with that. He said, "Thank you so much That's just all the questions I have. Don't even try to do that extra stuff.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Now, I'd just like to say this. Now, if Hank thinks I give a damn about him, or I believe this man when he's sitting in my face telling me he didn't watch testimony, he hasn't watched the trial, then you must think I'm a damn fool. This is the same man who has lied about his resume for over 12 years. If he could sit in his boss's face and lie every damn day, someone who controls his paycheck and not bat an eye, why the hell do I think he cares about Pee Wee Herman in front of him? Sorry. Don't.
And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
That's a good point here.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever?
Now, let me tell you something, Hank. Now, Hank about to piss me off. Now, if Aperture has his resume, who the hell did they get it from? Who are they going to consult before putting this information out there? Please stop playing with me, Hank. Please stop playing with me.
Weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit
He's a liar.
183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good.
That is-
And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What?
Do you have professional certification?
Now, I didn't watch this yesterday, but for those of you who did, I know the hell Hank is not about to run me all of his certifications. I know the hell Hank is not about to do that. If I'm being honest, he could have told the truth about his education, right? Hank could have addressed this. What is your degree in? He could have said, I have my associates. And then he could have gone ahead. He could have run down all of these damn degrees. It's what y'all, what Bruce Harvey say? It's too damn late. It's too damn late to do this now. Because I don't give a damn about him. Hell, where did he get the certification from? How am I to believe that he didn't pay Pookie and Ray Ray to just go ahead and print him some certifications off? Hell, how do I know he didn't do it himself? Don't trust it.
As a magnet certified forensic examiner?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did.
share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification that is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay.
What?
Did you also take any
Y'all listen to Hank.
What was that last part? Sorry.
any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay.
I can't stand when Hank does it. He goes, okay. Why would you ask him that? Again, why does Hank ask questions he does not know the answer to? Why would he ask him about computer hacking?
Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
Halo.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Voila.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes,
Stephen Jobs,
yes,
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024.
correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved with filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
Hank is full
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 10th, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17th, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
He said, Alessi said, I'm sick of this shit. I know that's right, Alessi. Alessi said he is sick of the bullshit.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and you put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No,
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
no, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you...
Now, this is all I'm going to say about Hank's ass right now. You've got him saying all of this when this man still, he said himself, nothing he looked at will tell you that a collision happened. Waste of damn time. Talking about who was it? Who was the first person? Look at the information. It was me. And what information did you find? Nothing that we can use in this trial.
miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
It's a waste of time.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. Disorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
Oh, here we go.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. Disorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction?
Now, here's the thing. Hank is trying to now say that the defense's witness provided this report in March, and it took this witness 2 months for him to get it out. So they're again trying to explain why this report was given to the defense and the Commonwealth in the middle of trial and why it was different than what he previously said.
On what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. Disorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding?
Now, what's pissing me off about this is he is saying that they just said, here, have at it. No, at some point they had to give you some sort of instruction, their working theory, something. They had to listen. Here's what we think happened. For him to say that this man just went about this all on his own, it's just crazy. No one would believe that. No one would believe that.
Considering Mr. DeSorga's report.
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event. Are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
And I'd like to say this, we still do not know if there was a backing up event, right? And if it was a backing up event, we don't know for certain if it was a collision. We just don't know. And so I take issue with that because it sounds like she backed up. They're alleging she backed up into him, right? I take issue with that because it does not sound like from his testimony he knows for certain that was a backing up event. Now I kind of understand why they were saying 1162.2 versus saying backing up event, because consistently drilling backing up event is just not good, in my opinion.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mrs. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Yep.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
We can't be talking about this. Get him down.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So this was triple D for identification. That would be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report.
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. Where do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please.
It
I'm sorry.
seems like these
Here we go.
reports are
Thank you, Ms.
just
Gilman.
a lot of information.
Sure. So that's got the tech stream event ending at 12/31/43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we can see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for
This is too much.
synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting.
No,
That is
that
not with synchronization.
Can we turn
Right.
to the next page, please?
He said it 3 times. He said it 3 times.
Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
We turn to the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman?
There is always going to be interaction.
Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury again by using,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that.
What? Maybe
Sure.
we're
So
potentially-
that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the
Okay, I would just love to point this out as we're on that slide. It basically says that there is always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the 1162 to trigger from the Lexus. But remember, on cross-examination, Alessi asked him if he accounted for the health data that is shown on the phone. He says no. There are no human interactions. And then remember, Alessi says, okay, well, do you not consider the steps, human interactions? And he says yes. Saying with his own testimony that he didn't account for that. Because if he had to be asked if he considered that human interaction, and he doesn't consider it. He doesn't consider that interaction in his in that PowerPoint PowerPoint presentation. He doesn't consider it. So remember that. Who cares what this says? He said it himself. That is human interaction, and he did not consider it when he made that PowerPoint.
next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off. Suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please.
I just don't appreciate this.
Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Thanks.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event So in this case, the 3-point turn. What we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that. Is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It's not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest. As well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer. So it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, at 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. Disorga?
That's Mr. Disogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. Disorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. Disorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call. And this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Have you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Okay. He said, not at the time that I saw this slide, which leads me to believe, just like they're saying, some of his information is based off of what he saw them bring up. I mean, I don't think it's crazy to say, well, he's saying it. When I saw this, I felt like this needed to happen. He didn't think of this stuff on his own, on his own. It's almost as if his purpose was to debunk what their witness was saying. Right? He did not do this independently. It is always based off of what their witness said in their report. And if you are there for the jury, if you're there for the jury, then you should have picked up on this stuff, or you should have had an explanation. It should not have been this expert brings it out and, oh, great point. Let me bring that up. It shouldn't be that.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. what this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
So now he agrees with the math. Did you guys catch that?
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
Please turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorger's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay, could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those, let's see, no, that's going to be this, it's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare. So we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's, either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorger's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorger?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments,
Inaccurate adjustment.
this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization.
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes,
And what were you told to do about a report?
on May 7th.
Yes.
Sure. So that was finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When
Okay. Okay. Remember, now you can take this one of two ways. You can take this as he called Hank. Hank said, "You did what?" "Well, damn it. Go ahead and submit it to me." "Hey, Hank. I talked to Tully. Tully told me that Ian Whiffen testified to some stuff and our timeline was a little off. So what I did is I went through the report again and I'm preparing a new report, a supplemental report." Hank said, "Appreciate that. Go on, send it." Hank knew that man was submitting that report. Hank told us that he was surprised because this is my thought. Why would an expert just go do some additional work and not give you a heads up? Also, remember that the email said pursuant to your request. That's not the type of stuff I would copy and paste. I would probably copy and paste. I don't know if I can't see myself doing that. I would probably copy and paste some details like report numbers, case IDs, things like that. It said pursuant to your request. And he just said, "Did you call me on May 7th? Yes, I did." What did I say? To go ahead, finish the report and submit it. Hank had that stuff. Yes, Hank had that stuff.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us
Objection, Your Honor. Can we close, please, on scope?
This seems like a break. She just ended up sending them to lunch. So just a second.
by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described 2 text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the 3-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the 3-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you recall yesterday, the first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on a horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are the portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can't.
Do you have an opinion about the time range and the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside by then, Mr. Wilson.
Now, I'm like, why would you say that when he asked it? Unless it seemed like he's so sick of Bev. Objection, Your Honor. He's sick of Bev. Are we already at 5 hours? I think it's almost, we're almost done with him. Let me listen to it. Give me a like that little baby.
Can we go back to slide 40, please? In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Overruled.
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
That matters. 21 to 29 seconds, that matters.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Can't believe it.
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way. Because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, we're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. And that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question? So I
Sure. You said a
understand.
window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure. Yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know?
Okay, maybe I missed it. Help me out. How do we know that her car was traveling in reverse? Maybe I missed it. Somebody help me out in the comments. Because I don't know how he can say that. So maybe I missed something.
Oh, how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12.
I do not recall.
I do not recall. What did you report?
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again.
Okay, y'all. Let's see, because we should be doing recross now.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, loud.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right. Once we get these marked, I'll be- All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, not to
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing,
My niece hadn't even been watching. She hollered out, "He lying, y'all. He is a liar. He is a liar." So you're probably right.
ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir?
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case. from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
I know he was scared. Like, what is he about to pull out when this part was going on? Because now we're talking about a federal case. And y'all tell me if you think this hit, like, unless he thought it was going to hit. But he is specifically addressing his credentials because he said, they asked him, have you ever lied to a court? Have you ever
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
have you ever misrepresented your education? And it seems like, I think I do remember this part. That's what he's addressing. Do we have evidence of him misrepresenting his education in the court?
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure.
Thank
As long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take it even farther.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make
And
sure.
just let me know if we need to mark.
We will, Your Honor.
So again,
Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification?
Credibility.
Yep.
Let me just get one first.
he's embarrassed on national TV.
If I
Oh,
can see
God,
that
no,
back
it's
in
good.
the report, I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is, so it could be marked as one document for that.
Exhibit FFF for ID.
I reach over you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document
Yes, Victoria.
can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed as represented in EEE as a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would,
The objections stay.
right. Do you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor. I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up.
I don't hate that. Like, God damn it. He just did all of that on recross only for him to come back and remind them that he is.
What I'd like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members.
Okay.
Oh, look how nonchalant he is. Like, oh yeah, I'm aware of the process, and that goes through other people. You have to give them the information. Like this is what was so annoying to me. I wish we would have said, listen, that was an error. Should have updated it. He just, like, nothing's wrong. Nothing is wrong. And that's an issue for me.
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
At Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc., even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
Yeah.
You need one more step, Mr.
And sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it.
May I have a brief?
Yes, come on up. Bring yours, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I was typing this, but can y'all just imagine all of the jurors in the back and they get to him and then someone says, remember he had all those resumes and then you got 6 different resumes, CVs laid out in front of you, all with different information. Do we want to consider his information? Because the judge said that we can use this stuff to determine if they're credible or not. And somebody said, and let's just say all of them say, hell no, throw it out. This is the problem you have with a witness like this. And it didn't have to be this way. Child, look at Pig.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit EEE and Exhibit FFF for identification
As one exhibit?
as one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that. And court reporter.
And that would be the order.
Exhibit 193.
Thank you. May I hand to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you, it is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the 4th page, which is your CV. And further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your
Now, wait a minute. Did you hear him? And this was filed in 2023, trying to say that this information that you have, this was an expected graduation date. Shannon, if you don't save it, Shannon, at this point,
Your Honor, is to, ma'am, keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witness as well. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I
And
did.
your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated And now what I'd like to do is is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
Nowhere.
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184.
It's sweating bullets up here. I know his armpits. His armpits wet.
You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it?
So let me just say, I think the defensive strategy is just to destroy this man's credibility. Baby, they don't give a damn about all that Hank just spent all that time bringing up. Let's bring y'all back to the fact that he's a fraud. Let's stay right here. And that's exactly what Alessi is doing. And I also wonder if Alessi was trying not to bring this up, but something in Hank's redirect said, okay, do you want to play that game? Okay, we're going to play that game. Something had to change because why didn't he bring this up last time? Or unless this was his bomb. Unless he found it. He could have found it yesterday. He said, I don't want to argue with him about his information. I just want to show them that he's not credible. Therefore, they will disregard his information. That was probably it.
The correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Well, he is candy up there. Hello, I'll put it out and slam it on the table like you wouldn't.
You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
He said, you know how to put that on there, right? Okay.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
I don't know that.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Yes.
That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
That's it for lesson?
Court. I ain't to the court.
There is.
Okay.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Oh, God.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
Oh,
The document says 2024 for a degree.
did you graduate?
Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was
The-
filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor.
I would have had to clarify. That's not a
So
presumption.
presumption,
Nope.
well, strike that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
Um,
That's
He asked if there was any designation to make it clear.
he is
If
pushing it.
it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023 and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
I'm so
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
show
Why
me
didn't you
something.
finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work,
Cool.
family, and life many times get in the way. So, as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever
How about it?
represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way
About the data from him.
in light of
Sorry,
his
buddy.
questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
Go for it.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Y'all. Baby, that has ticked me off so bad. I'm happy I watched it though, because I really need to be prepared for Welcher. And I saw some of you guys saying that Welcher is probably going to be the last witness, and then the state is going to rest. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy to me, guys, because we are at that point, we will be 21 days in, and I still have no information that tells me John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Chad, what has been your oh my God, moment from the trial that makes you believe he was not hit by a car? Which witness? Which witness gave you the most, oh my God, moments? I'm going to see what you guys say first, and then I'll tell you who immediately came to mind when I asked that question. And I'm sure somebody's going to say it. Somebody's going to take my person. I already know. Someone will take my person, but that's fine. We're a family here. We are a family here. We can have the same person. Someone's going to take my person. Who was the witness that made you go, Ooh, okay. Kay says Higgins. Hello, Awesome says Jim McCabe. Let's see who else. Ooh, that was a good one, Brianna. I thought the brain surgeon did have some good aha moments. I think, okay, Jen, Jasmine, this was my person. Oh, Carrie, you taking it back. Carrie was probably the first, like, damn. Carrie was probably the first one. Good glow. A lot of y'all are saying it. That is my person. She said Wednesday. Wait, who are you calling Wednesday Adams? Are you calling the lady with the red hands Wednesday Adams? She said Dr. Wolf. Raynette got to be watching. She's got to be behind because she popped up lies. Okay, lady with the red hands. Yes, because I don't even know the name of this lady's page, but I saw a video of her on X, and then she ended up coming across my timeline, and I said, oh my God, this is somebody I talk to all the time on my page. Didn't know that she followed me. I ended up following her. But today she had a video, and the video today was about the glass on the bumper. So I never looked at the glass this way. At the first trial, when Wednesday Adams said that glass on the bumper didn't match the glass from John O'Keefe's hand, I was wondering where the hell did the glass come from? At first it was like, how did the glass survive? Remember? Then we learned that it didn't match. And I'm like, well, where the hell did it come from? Why was it there? Something happened. It never crossed my mind that Proctor possibly planted that glass for them to think it came from John O'Keefe's cocktail glass. Never crossed my mind. That never crossed my mind. That is why the glass was there. Like I'm not saying that I didn't think that someone put it there. I just think in the grand scheme of things, I wasn't zeroed in because it didn't match, right? It didn't match. But never in my mind did I think Proctor didn't think they wouldn't find out it didn't match. Didn't think about that, okay? So didn't think about that, but again, Proctor again, okay? Let's go to the ME because people said the ME. What was it about the ME that really made you say? There were a few things from the ME for me. I'm just going to be honest with you, and I think she is one that we really needed to hear. I can count 5 things that she said during her testimony that made me go, something here is not right. But what did you guys, because I see we're going to go through some of the things that you guys said before we get off, because we got court of opinion. I see Jennifer McCabe. We'll go through that. We'll go through Higgins, and I hear you guys saying Carrie too. But for the ME specifically, what during her testimony made you go, wait a minute? She did not seem to she didn't like Hank's questions because I think he was trying to do her like the police were. Are you sure? Are you certain? Like, I don't think she liked that. Never said hit marks, didn't line up. Remember, she spoke about his legs and how typically we'd see some sort of injuries, fractures, something to his legs, bruises, something. We didn't see that. I loved when Hank was doing the redirect and he was kind of asking her, well, did you have this information? Did you know Jim McCabe heard her say I hit him? Did you know? She like, yeah, I know all of that. And I still stand by what I said in my report. Loved it. I mean, that right there, good. But I think one of the whole cross about the ulcers, that was so good to me. It was so good because I think they're going to have an expert testify that he did not have hypothermia. And the fact that they got through the state's witness about these ulcers, and could this have been from him taking the acid reflux medication? That was so good. And him, Alessi kind of being able to talk her talk, and she talked back. Oh my God, it was really good to watch. It was really good to watch. Then the death narrative. When the day the state rests, I will not be getting off. I'm gonna tell you now. Y'all know normally me and Ms. J were talking about this yesterday. Normally after court, we try to go ahead and get off because we're trying to do our videos. Sometimes we just trying to rest our voices or something. So we're getting off, treating it like we get off at this time, like a job, like a shift. Okay, I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna do this, do that. We were talking about that yesterday. That will not happen the day the state rests. Okay. The day it's at 9. The day the state rests, we need to run down everything we feel about this case. But the death notification. Come on, y'all. What did they say in the death notification? Oh, God. I hate to be smiling. This is a man's life, but this case gets me excited. The death notification was very clear. The physician said, fight. Come on, Nana. Fight. Come on. Inconclusive. Let me see. They said fight, party. Well, they said altercation. Altercation, party, snowbank, walked in the house. No, guys, I'm talking about the death notification. The death notification. Remember, the death notification is what comes from the hospital. So just imagine the physician is gathering information from people who are there. He's the EMTs. Oh my God, I forgot about them. They're gathering, they're information gathering. They're in the information gathering phase. So they're getting all of this information to kind of piece together what could have happened to this man. Who at the hospital mentioned an altercation? And where would you get that from? It had to be someone at the scene. Bridget, Pretty is not in here right now, but I think they said, I know there's a link in my bio. I did put a link in my bio so that thank you. Lexi put it up. Thank you, Lexi. Lexi put it in there. Lexi put it in there. Thank you so much, Lexi. No, Brianna. So the ME said it. The ME said that, shout out to my mods. Thank you guys so much. Brianna, the ME said that there was in the death notification, the physician writes, the physician from the hospital, they have these notes or like a summary of kind of what happened. And when she read that, that's where she got the snowbank from. Altercation. He went to a party at 34 Fairview. It even says he walked in the house. And then it also says, let me see. It was altercation, party, walked in the house, and snowbank. It had 4 things in there. It was the ME. Jen was not at the hospital. It had to be Carrie. But Carrie had to be getting some of the information from Jen, some of the information from Karen as well. Remember this, while we're talking about information gathering, Jen could have gone to that hospital. And this is in the early stages of what happened, right? This is in the early stages. I don't really think there was how we going to say what happened. I don't think there was any of that. Remember, Officer Lank left. They given their statements. No one implicated Karen Reed. They gave their statements. Officer Link left. And then he came back. Thank you, Bridget, for becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you. Remember, Officer Link left. He left. Jen called him back and said, oh, they say I should probably tell you this. She was saying, I hit him. I hit him. It wasn't a question. She was saying it. She was saying this. So we have to keep this in mind too. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Jen didn't know how she was going to explain that man sitting outside. Remember, she thought she was so smart. She got rid of the hospital to die in cold. She thought she was so smart. That was in the past, baby. No one was going to find that because she got rid of it. She's masked it with all of these other searches. Nobody's going to find that. No one's going to find that information. So it's early in the morning. She slips up. What did she say on that 911 call? We found a man unresponsive in the snow. Then what does she go on? We rolled him over. He came in the house. No, he got out the car. He got out of the car. How did she see him get out of the car but didn't see the man be hit by that car? So the death notification was, oh, I thought it was good. Oh, I thought it was good. I thought it was good. I still don't know what witness. AJ promised me a witness who's going to put John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview. I hadn't heard from that witness yet. I'm still waiting because that was a bombshell for me in the trial. I mean, in opening statements. I am still waiting on that. Yuri said it. Ash, remember Yuri. They have reports with Yuri saying that. Then he changed his mind. He switched it up. Yuri was saying that. So there's that. So with Brian Higgins, I know he's not going to testify, but let me just say, him being caught on that phone in 4K after he told us it was a butt dial. After he told us it was a butt dial, gold, because I think it shows to the jury that these people are hiding something. Why would he lie about being on the phone with that man at 2 o'clock in the morning? He could have just said, I was calling him because I think I thought I left my badge over there. I wanted to make sure I had it the next day. He could have explained it away. They all chose butt dials. Then it wasn't just a phone call. He told us he was moving cars with an S. He was moving cars. I saw him move one. I saw him move one car. And then I saw him take stuff out of other cars. He moved one car. And you mean to tell me you had the keys on your desk? They were easily accessible. You mean to tell me someone else could move that car? Not only that, the car that he moved didn't appear to be blocking anything or in the way of anything. So now you've got to explain to me why it was so important that you go move that car at 1:30 in the morning after a night of drinking. Why was that so important? Just lying. Like, why is that? Why was it important for him to go do that at that time? I have questions. Yes, Shay, that's the only thing it could be. But I think what he didn't count on is them having those calls. And then he didn't count on us actually seeing him on the phone. So no matter what he tries to say, we see you pick up your phone and put it to your face. Okay? Whether you're on speaker, whatever you're doing, we see you pick up that phone and put it to your face. Now, we can no longer believe that Brian Albert was not talking to you on the phone. I can't believe it anymore. I didn't believe it at first, but I really don't believe it now. And you know what else? I'm sorry. Now I'm grouping all the book calls together. Don't believe any of them. I don't believe any of them. He moved the car. Come on, Miss Davis. He moved the car that was the least noticeable. How many times did you watch the video before you realize where he went when he moved it? Hell, I still don't know. Still don't know. I don't even understand the purpose. If the defense just got this discovery, that means the feds didn't have it. Agreed. I think too, guys, I'm gonna tell y'all. I still don't know what the feds were investigating. Some people say that this is they're investigating corruption. And if they're investigating corruption, I am no longer going to be sitting here waiting for them to bust in the doors. Because I really thought they were going to come save us from this. I mean, seeing Brian Higgins on that phone, what does that mean? And for y'all talking about he at rehab, is he gonna try to make a confession and say something about his drug use? I'm just out here. I'm just reaching now because y'all said he was at rehab. Bridget, man, I can't imagine. Would we even know about this case? I don't know. How do you feel about him saying he got up because he got woke up by the homeowner? Who said that now? Who said that? Hold on. Ed, some people think Higgy will make a deal with the feds. Alice, at this point, I just need someone to come forward. Karen didn't do it, and it just bothers me. This case bothers me like John Benet Ramsey. Who the hell did it? I want to know. It's really bothering me so bad, Alice. I mean, I think that bothers me, and it bothers me that the Commonwealth doesn't care about justice for this man who was an officer. And I'm telling you, I told you, if they will treat a fellow officer like this, I'm cooked. God, please keep me safe for the next 100 years. Because if they treat this man like this, look how they did his investigation. Red Solo Cups? They didn't care. Queen Victoria, I'm going to tell you something. I never believed for a second Brian was on top of Nicole. I don't believe that for 1 second. I never believed it. I thought it was stupid. iPhones today are not iPhones from years ago. I told y'all I did do a butt down. I was holding my phone in my hand. I didn't lock it, accidentally called Pretty. I did do that recently. Most times I lock my phone, make sure it's hung up. I was off the phone. I just accidentally hit her contact, right? But what this man is telling me is that his phone was locked and was answering calls. I'm not believing it. I never bought that. Never bought it. Alice, someone has to. If he's in rehab, I would assume it's for alcohol instead of drugs. Maybe so. But is he gonna blame his abuse? I mean, whatever he has going on, and then say, I have to come clean. I'm starting to remember things now that my mind is clear. What's gonna happen? Or did he have, sometimes people have to go to like rehab and stuff like that for their jobs, to keep their jobs. Is that it? I don't know. She said, I think this is Maurice. Is it Moresi's second Fed investigation? I don't think they're done. He probably needs to be fired himself. CC said, happy to see you're still on live after I fell asleep. I am, friend, but I'm about to get off. I need to run to the store to go get some rolls to go with my dinner. My niece made salmon, asparagus, and I think baked potatoes. I just feel like we need a roll. So I'm going to get some rolls so that I'm back before Court of Opinion starts. You know what, Brianna? I struggle with this because this has been my opinion, right? For a very long time. Maybe he failed, something happened. But to have the neurosurgeon and the ME say that he was incapacitated but not dead, it bothers me so bad. And I almost want, at that point, it's intentional. It's intentional because he didn't immediately die. Like him immediately dying,
it'd be like, okay, they panicked, had to do something. The fact that they allowed him to suffer for hours, that's what bothers me the most. You know, he didn't seem like he was that bad of a person where this was warranted. I just really would love to know what happened, and I just don't think we ever will. Now, I think they need to get like Memphis and put some of those cameras all in the street lights, Brianna. I do think they need to do that. She says she hasn't spoken to Higgy since John O'Keefe's wake-up call. I think he's distanced himself, and I think that matters too. Why? You were so close. Y'all were, buddies. Now you don't even talk to him? Okay. Probably so, Good Glow, but what? I don't know what happened. Since that youngest baby, Brianna, you might be right. They said he's unwell. Oh my God, just saying. I didn't even know you were in here, friend. Hey, girl, he is unwell. Wow. Needing bread and something sweet is very Black of you. I don't need the bread, but we have that honey butter, and the meal just seems like a roll should be with it. That's all. That's all. It just seems like a roll should be there. What you thought? What did you think I was about to say, Ash? What do they have, Alice? I don't even remember. I don't remember. Tell me what they have, Alice. If Karen is found not guilty and files a civil suit, oh gosh, she is going to bankrupt them. She's gonna bankrupt them. Mel, you just gave me another video idea. Oh yes, Black Sheep. You have to post your video so I can share it. Black Sheep. I think I already told you guys that he sent a really great video about this. Do it, Black Sheep. Hold on. Ash, because a piece of me felt like that, but them leaving him out there for so long, I don't know. Like when I say accident, Ash, I don't think when they got in that car, it was like, we killing him tonight. I don't think that. I just don't, but I don't know. Them leaving him out there, you might be right. Some people feel like it was a setup from the start. I just didn't feel that way. I mean, y'all, they did such a bad job at covering up shit. It just seems like something got out of hand. I don't know. Karen is going to sue them, and baby, next time y'all see Bev, she'll be holding court on the steps. Baby, Karen gonna come take the building. The next time you see Bev, y'all talking about a buffer zone. Baby, they gonna be having court in the park. She is going to take everything from them. While Jen was trying to get Karen to ride with her. Oh my God, Alice, listen. And I just wish we knew what happened, because as Alice is pointing out, Alice, think about them grabbing Higgins' arm and then Jen trying to get her to ride in the car with her. That's just it. I can see it, is what I'm saying. I can see it. She said they're about to be KPD. Oh my. I hear y'all. I see y'all in the chat talking about them grab assing. I hear you. That was my initial thought. But the fact that they let him suffer for so long. And I go back to this. Even if Karen hit him, even if we go with the fact that Karen, they would have seen that man. They would have seen him coming out the door. Baby, when I opened my mom's front door, I scanned the yard. I just looked. I scanned the yard because my mom lives in South Memphis, and hell, some of these people don't lock their dogs up. Y'all know I got little Barchie, so I'm scanning the yard, make sure it's not a pit bull somewhere. Sometimes I even open the door and make a sound. Okay, I'm trying to make sure it's not a pit bull trying to come attack my little baby.
So I scan the yard. I am going to scan the yard. And then if it's, just think about it. It was snowing when they came out. They wouldn't scan the yard just to make sure there's no ice around. Big, what was her name? Sarah. She was staring at her feet. And how the hell GNC tire tracks across the street but didn't see that man? Not buying it. Brianna, so sometimes I go through the front door or the back door. Baby, at night I try to go to the front door, put the light on or something because it's dark. Are there any new male reaction videos out there? Of me? I don't really do reaction videos unless you're just talking about my TikToks. I have some every day. For the most part, every day. I think I went to sleep yesterday, y'all. But for the most part, it's something on my TikTok, Instagram, daily. In my yard, no way I'm missing. You're not going to miss a body. I mean, Ash, I think the average person just kind of scans the yard out of habit. I don't even think we're looking for anything. You're just scanning out of habit, you know? My neck be about to break. I be holding my waist like I got that fight. Listen, Brianna, now you acting like my mama. My mama used to be in her classes talking about, don't make me get my 38. I'm like, girl, is that even a real weapon? My mom just out there saying stuff. I think you're talking about Valerie. I don't know. Oh, Lauren. Oh, I don't know, Lightning. If you're talking about Lauren's videos, I don't know. If Lucky didn't see it, John wasn't there, Ashley, and that's why I find Lucky to be credible. I find him to be a credible witness, and I do believe if he saw a man in the snow, Lucky makes me feel like he would have stopped that goddamn truck and called for help. He would have stopped that truck, baby. Baby, Canton Rose would have been full of snow playing with Lucky because I do believe he would have stopped the truck to help him out. I really do believe that. Miss Davis, I agree with this. I never believed Jen when she said she just stopped looking for him. You knew he was parking and then you just said, forgive him? No. You never went back to the door after he wasn't answering the phone to make sure his car wasn't outside. I do not buy that. I don't buy that. She said, Lucky makes me want to cry. Why the hell does Lucky make you want to cry, Ash? Why? Why would he need to lie? And I mean, I believe Lucky. I really do. So, Brianna, is she really missing? Is this Gina that they were just telling me about? Brenda, stop. First of all, y'all, on my TikTok page, baby, people really trying to come for me in my comments because, you know, TikTok will cut you off. It's not YouTube. You can't say certain things. And I said actual assault. I think they're saying, they think I'm saying actual assault. Baby, the amount of comments that I see in here talking about, I'm sorry, kicking and screaming. Kicking, what did they say? Kicking and hitting is assault. And I'm in the comments just telling every person I can, I'm sorry. I think I'm talking too fast. Maybe you didn't hear what I'm trying to say. I said, maybe. So, Brianna, I didn't know she was missing. Someone in the chat today just told me that they haven't been able to find her. I think Aaron was saying they've been trying to serve her and her attorney and they can't. So I don't know. Oh, Lightning Self, that was Lauren, but I don't think I've seen anymore. She would have told me. Maybe I need to say S assault, Aaron, because listen, that's not going over well. And after taking my communication class, one thing I do try to do when I'm communicating with people is making sure I am clear. I try not to confuse the receiver of my communications, and clearly didn't do that this go around. So I'll just if I see it now after so long, you know, the more videos you get, I'm probably not seeing all of the comments unless I go to the video. So I'm just gonna keep committing to people. So, I'm so sorry you heard that wrong. Maybe I'll say SA. I'll say SA. I will say SA because sexual assault was just dumb on my part. It's dumb on my part. Did y'all see the OnlyFans girl who had to be hospitalized? What? Ash K, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Black Sheep, I'm gonna take the blame because I could have communicated that better. I was just trying not to have TikTok take my video down. But next time I'm gonna say SA. I'm gonna say SA. I could have said that this time. I don't know why I wasn't thinking about that. Now I went on here to see if they still come in. This man's thing says risking losing your nursing license to be on TikTok live and 62 viewers. That's got to be the dumbest shit ever. That's dumb as hell. Thank you for the super chat, Black Butterfly. She said, theory from last trial. Fight broke out in basement. Things went left. Chloe got excited. They dragged him to the corner. I believe this theory. I am never going to dispel anything that mentions something happening in that basement, because I do believe that encompasses the GPS that shows he was in that house. I gotta go watch the microdots video again because the only issue I have is the fact that I think you had to go through that living room to get through the basement. I don't know. Look at Brianna. So I don't know. I don't think Shannon was for rebuttal. I think it's Welcher, Ashley. I don't think it's even Shannon. I think it's Welcher who is going to be the rebuttal witness. So something definitely took place, but what happened, I don't know. But, excuse me, I do believe Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, possibly Colin. I believe they all know what happened. And Brian Albert Jr. has heard some things as well. They all know what happened. I stand firm in that. They acted too weird after the fact sorry, y'all. Let me go turn this off. Hold on. Okay. I do believe they know what happened. At the very minimum, they saw that man's body. I do. Nothing will convince me of anything else. That's me, Brianna. I thought it was like 3 little beeps and it goes off. And it just kept on beeping. But yeah, so nothing's going to make me believe that they don't know. They act too weird. I mean, innocent people, why would an innocent man, why would he go throw his phone away at the military base after you've already printed off the text messages? I mean, if that's all you had, it makes me feel like you're trying to hide something. And I thought we were supposed to get some Apple Health data from Jennifer McCabe. I don't remember that. Oh, Big Lou said, I thought the side door didn't connect. I don't remember that layout. I have to go watch microdots again. But the illustration on microdots, if y'all remember, he walked through the kitchen or something, which in my mind made me believe the Jew and Julie would have seen him. Hold on, y'all. What time is this? 8:16. Okay, I'm just trying to keep time. Let's see this real quick. Let's look at it real quick. Y'all, which one was it? The drop off. Let's look at it real quick, and we can see the layout of the basement of everything.
There's a dangerous storm coming. It's still early, as friends and family begin gathering at the
Okay, now we're on this. Look at this.
drink. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. All are drinking.
I'm happy we watched that because I couldn't remember what video we saw that on. But look here. Why lie about the butt dials? Brianna, you preaching to the choir. Why would they lie about that? Come on now. That makes no sense.
At about 12:15, they return from the bar.
Okay, this is what I want to.
Between 12:23 and 24, Karen and John arrive.
Big Lou, that is the side door.
Karen sits and waits for confirmation.
Okay, Big Lou, here we go. He went in the
She
side
watches
door.
as John approaches, looks inside, and walks through the door. It's the last time she'll see him in good health.
Okay, y'all, he walking through. Let me take this off. I know that's right. They really are. Look, they.
At the same time, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antano, and Heather Maxson arrive in Ricky's 2018 Ford F-150 to pick up Julie Nagel at her request, causing the Lexus to move forward the first time.
Great.
Bringing it straight in line with the front door.
Just right outside the front door, though. Within
Straight outside, yes.
I also think there's some truth to it.
The vehicles remain in these positions for a number of minutes while they both wait. We don't know what John encountered upon entering the home, or where he encountered it.
Yeah, we were all sitting in like the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at like the island in the kitchen.
But we do know who was present. As soon as John walked in, he would have been standing in the living room, directly under the open doorway that leads into the dining room and kitchen, where he could have been easily seen by anyone in the three main rooms on the first floor.
How he wasn't.
Stepping into the dining room, he'd encounter some combination of the Alberts' close friends and family. Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Caitlin Albert, homeowner Brian Albert,
No, baby.
and nephew Colin Albert.
No, I can't believe it.
Brian Albert Jr., his friend Sarah Levinson, homeowner Nicole Albert, friend Julie Nagel, and one Brian Higgins, who minutes ago sent a message to the victim asking, "Are you coming here?" And the aggressive German Shepherd. It appears that whatever happened to John inside the home unfolded rapidly, ending within just a few brief minutes. This is evident because it must have occurred before Julie Nagel stepped outside to send her brother away by declaring that she was now staying, suddenly changing her mind. The door leading to the basement is located in close proximity to the kitchen area. John's Apple Health data indicates that he ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs and took 80 steps between 12:22 and 12:24.
It stated ascending, descending 3 floors.
Suggesting that he entered the home, walked inside, and within less than a minute ended up in the basement, either by his own volition or by force. The most logical interpretation of the 3 flights is he went down, turned around to leave, and for an unknown reason was returned. Theories on how John sustained his injuries vary, but they largely focus on a violent assault carried out.
Now, let me say this because when we watched this, I think I was moving around. That makes sense. I wanted to know what do they mean he went up and down stairs, right? So if he went down the stairs and then something happened, he decided he was going to leave and then was forced back down the stairs, that makes sense.
By up to 3 men inside the home, as well as an attack by their ill-tempered German shepherd. An animal with a documented history of aggression, one that Brian Albert was caught attempting to conceal from the court by lying, saying that Chloe has never attacked a human being, when she has attacked 2, sending both to the hospital for treatment. Just one of the many lies they've been caught in. On the right side is an opening containing rows of dumbbells. And a systems room behind a set of double doors. A bathroom straight ahead. And stairs exiting directly to the backyard.
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here.
He did text me saying that he was outside.
And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside.
If Ryan texted his sister again that he was going to leave, that means she kept him outside waiting. So what caused the delay? The timeline indicates that John entered the home, triggering a violent confrontation that unfolded quickly. The chaos inside delayed Julie for several minutes, long enough for Ryan to text her saying he was going to leave, prompting them to send her outside to get rid of her brother. Within the 4 walls of 34 Fairview Road, they had a full-blown crisis on their hands, one that needed to be contained fast. It's nearly 12:30 a.m. They have a fatally injured cop laying on the floor, a house full of people, and 2 separate parties waiting outside, each expecting someone to step out or at least inform them that they can leave. They immediately took command, and no one was coming or going until this was worked out. And since they didn't have the idea to blame Karen until morning, when Jen noticed her taillight was cracked, the only claim they have is to say that despite being dropped off right out front, John never came into the house. Say it with me. The guy never came into the house. At 12:27, after sending Julie outside, Jen starts using her phone to build that alibi. But Karen is still out there, and they don't know why.
As soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
You noticed this SUV outside. You started paying somewhat close attention to it.
They are watching her every move. anxiously waiting. The Lexus is seen moving forward a second time, into the proximity of the flagpole.
Can y'all imagine if we are saying that what is being told to us is true, right? If we take this as Bible, can you imagine them wondering, what are we going to do if she comes in here? What if she comes in here? What if she gets out that car?
They have no clue if Karen's about to drive off, dial 911, or bang on their door demanding to speak to John. Julie is outside. She tells her brother that she will be staying longer, despite calling him to come pick her up for a ride home.
Y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes.
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
She walks back into the house. At 12:29, Jen McCabe makes the first of 7 calls to John's phone over the next 21 minutes. Although she insists that each of these calls were made unknowingly and completely accidentally, not a single voicemail was recorded, implying that she not only inadvertently made the calls, but she also inadvertently hung up before voicemail was triggered.
What?
An absurd proposition that any rational person must reject on its face.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Definitive evidence that they are hiding something. The chances of this set of anomalies occurring at the exact time required to support her alibi are impossibly low.
14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes.
Those calls were later deleted, and she doesn't have an answer for that either. We are being asked to take Jen at her word when she has every motive to shift the blame away from herself and her family. Ryan Nagel watches Julie entering the side door as they pull away.
Now he's saying 12:30, 12:35, though. He hurts their timeline too.
I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Providing him the perfect angle to witness Karen Reed sitting alone in her vehicle, waiting for John.
But you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
And you saw one person.
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
Female with long hair. Is that
Correct.
Right?
Ryan and friends drive away. Karen is now alone for the first time since she arrived. The 3 of them confirm that they didn't see John outside the entire time they were there, nor was he in Karen's SUV.
No.
Entirely consistent with Karen's story of what happened.
Where was
Karen leaves between 12:29 and 12:30. We know this because her phone connects to the Wi-Fi network at John's home at 12:36.
Miss Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m.
Google Maps confirms the drive time for that route on that date and time is 6 to 7 minutes, without factoring in the snowy road conditions that night, which would have only slowed travel further. That means the latest Karen Reed could have left 34 Fairview Road, according to the data we have, is 12:30 a.m.
Around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
What kind of charade is this?
Okay, y'all, it's 12:30. Let me get off here. But I wanted to show that. I wanted to show again. I know we started watching for the house, but I didn't watch this whole thing. So yes, but anyway, I'm gonna get off here. Please make sure you come and have fun with me at Court of Opinion. I've got my wine over here. My niece just brought some new wine in here too that I'm gonna try. But thank you guys so much for hanging with me. We've been on 6.5 hours today. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for the super chats. I'm going to see you guys in the morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time here and Miss J's page. Tomorrow's a members only live. We are going to be watching Proctor. Now I'm gonna try my best because this is Miss J's first time watching it. So I'm gonna try my best not to be acting crazy and giving it away. But I will see you guys later. Thank you for all of the super chats. Thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of the memberships today. I appreciate them, guys. Goodbye. Have a good night, everybody.